Dear all conference participants, we are still waiting for the head of Agency for Marine and Fisheries Research and Human Resources to be available with us. So I reckon we are going to start for about in a 5 or 10 minutes. So please be patient. In the meantime, I'm going to read some rules of the conference today. Your audio will be muted during keynote speech and will be enabled during question and answer session. And after keynote speaker session in the morning, participants will be asked to join one of the 3 breakout rooms. There are 3 classrooms, which are food safety and environment, fisheries product processing, and marine biotechnology. Each participant is only allowed to join one room. For Q&A session, participants can address the question to keynote speaker by writing it down in Zoom chat room feature or using raise hand feature. The moderator will select the questioner, and once you are selected, please turn on your video to ask questions. You can generate the e-certificate only if you filled out the presence form. The form will be shared during the conference, and the link and passcode to e-certificate will be shared 15 minutes before the conference ends. Thank you very much. Now I would like to greet our speaker today. I can see that there are Bapak Muhammad Yusuf. Selamat datang Bapak Muhammad Yusuf dan Ibu Maya Sofitri. Selamat datang, selamat pagi, selamat bergabung dengan kami.
Pagi, Mbak.
Kami masih menunggu, halo Bapak. Kami masih menunggu Kepala Badan Riset dan Sumber Daya Manusia Kelautan dan Perikanan untuk bergabung bersama kita karena beliau kebetulan masih membuka acara yang lain lagi. Jadi kita menunggu beliau sebelum kita memulai conference kita hari ini. Terima kasih Pak Yusuf sudah bergabung dan Bapak Ibu partisipan semua, terima kasih sudah bergabung pagi ini. Semoga semua dalam keadaan sehat walafiat. Amin.
I knew that I'd love again after a long, long while. I'd love again. You said hello, and I turned to go, but something in your eyes left my heart beating so. I just knew that I'd love again after a long, long while. I'd love again. It was destiny's game, for when love finally came on, I rushed in line only to find that you were gone. Wherever you are, I fear that I might have lost you forever, like a song in the night. Now that I've loved again, after a long, long while, I've loved again. It was destiny's game, for when love finally came on, I rushed in line only to find that you were gone. Beautiful girl, I'll search on for you till all of your loveliness in my arms come true. You've made me love again after a long, long while. In love again, and I'm glad that it's you. Beautiful girl.
Let's dance in style, let's dance for a while. Heaven can wait, we're only watching the skies. Hoping for the best, but expecting the worst. Are you gonna drop the bomb or not? Let us die young or let us live forever. We don't have the power, but we never say never. Sitting in a sandpit, life is a short trip. The music's for the sad man. Can you imagine when this race is won? Turn our golden faces into the sun. Praising our leaders, we're getting in tune. The music's played by the madman. Forever young, I want to be forever young. Do you really want to live forever? Forever, never, forever young.
Honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning Indonesia and good afternoon Australia. Welcome to the International Conference on Marine and Fisheries Product Processing and Biotechnology 2020. This is an annual conference organized by the Research Center for Marine and Fisheries Product Processing and Biotechnology, aiming to communicate the current research findings on marine and fisheries post-harvest and biotechnology. My name is Kartika Winta Apriliani, and I'll be the host for today. Unlike previous year, this year's conference has to be held online due to the global pandemic of COVID-19. But I'm very delighted to meet everyone here today. I hope you are safe and healthy. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my warm welcome to our distinguished guests and speakers today. Good morning, the head of Agency for Marine and Fisheries Research and Human Resources, Professor Sarif Wijaya, the head of Research Center for Marine and Fisheries Product Processing and Biotechnology, Dr. Hedi Indra Januar, Dr. Denise Herdesti, Principal Research Scientist of CSIRO Australia, Dr. Agus Haryono, Master of Science, Deputy for Engineering Sciences, Indonesian Institute of Sciences, Professor Dr. Agung Damar Shakti, Rector of the Raja Ali Haji Maritime University, Bapak Muhammad Yusuf, Master of Science, Directorate of Coastal and Small Island, Ministry of Marine and Fisheries Affairs, Associate Professor Dr. Maya Sofitri, Profesor Dr. Ekowati Hasanah, Ibu Devi Ambarwati MP, dan Dr. Dwi Yitno. Welcome to our conference. Ladies and gentlemen, marine plastic debris has become a global environmental issue and a major threat to marine and coastal biodiversity. It is reported that over 250,000 tons of plastic debris floating across ocean. Immediate action is needed by the government as well as the support of scientists and global community in general. Therefore, today, we are going to discuss and elaborate more on marine biodegradable plastic, challenges, solutions, and opportunities. Without further ado, I would like to invite the head of organizing committee of the conference to give welcome remark. Please welcome Ibu Vera Roswita Dewi, PhD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellency, Head of Marine and Fisheries Research and Human, Excuse me. Okay. Kemudian aja.
Ya udah kasih semuanya sama tangannya Mbak Vera. Mbak Vera udah disebutin ngomong aja. Yes. Udah di videonya, udah di video. Belum ditutup.
Assalamualaikum. Your Excellency, Head of Marine and Fisheries Research and Human Resources Agency, Ministry for Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Head of Research and Development Center for Marine and Fisheries Product Processing and Biotechnology, the honorable speakers, and also the precious participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. On behalf of the organizing committee, it gives me a great pleasure to cordially welcome you all at the International Conference on Marine and Fisheries Product Processing and Biotechnology with the theme Advancing Marine Biodegradable Plastic, Challenges, Solutions, and Opportunities. The International Conference on Marine and Fisheries Product Processing and Biotechnology is the annual conference which has been 11 years held by the Research and Development Center for Marine and Fisheries Product Processing and Biotechnology. However, this year is a special one because we're now living in the interesting time due to the pandemic that has surrounded us in the last 8 months. It then forced us to meeting you all online and keep on delivering the actual research on marine microplastic problems and development of the biodegradable plastic and bioremediation. In this event, 12 speakers globally well known for their experiences toward the issues will share their works and experiences. Approximately 747 participants worldwide have been registered and joined the conference. They are from Australia, Malaysia, Germany, and many cities in Indonesia, including Tobelo, Samarinda, Maluku, Manado, and many others. My deepest gratitude and highest appreciation go out to all speakers. Ultimately, in the name of the organizing committee, let me express our most sincere wish that you all will enjoy the conference. We treasure all the participants by dedicating our best. Have some insightful discussion. Have some meaningful conversation. Have more academic and scientific connection. And finally, have a great time. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ibu Vera Roswita Dewi. Ladies and gentlemen, now I kindly invite the head of the Agency for Marine and Fisheries Research and Human Resources to give opening remark. Please welcome Professor Sharif Wijaya, PhD, FRINA. Bapak Sharif, we cannot hear you. Please unmute first.
Oke, baik. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Honorable speakers, distinguished guests, and all conference participants, very good morning and very good day to all of you. I would like to extend a warm welcome to our speakers today, Dr. Dennis Hardesai, Principal Research Scientist of CSIRO, Dr. Agus Haryono, MSc, the PhD for Engineering Sciences, Indonesian Institute of Science, Professor Dr. Agung Damar Syakti, SPIDEA, Rector of the Raja Ali Haji University, Riau, Associate Professor Dr. Rernet, Insinyur Maya Sofitri, MC, Head of Agri-Food and Biotechnology Research Center, Institute Teknologi 10 November, the head of Research Center for Marine and Fisheries Product Processing and Biotechnology, Dr. Hedi India Januar, SSC, MSc, and all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased to meet the many experts, scientists, and participants from all across the globe, Indonesia, Malaysia, Australia, Germany, and other parts of the world joining this conference. This is such a great opportunity to discuss on the hottest global environment issue, the marine plastic debris. For half century, plastic has been among the most commonly used material for cups, bottles, and food containers. It is durable, helps protect and preserve goods as well as reducing weight in transportation. However, the excessive global plastic consumption has caused major health and environmental problems. Chemical found in many conventional plastic materials are harmful for human health. Not only it is bad for human body, plastic also adverse impact for wildlife. Recently, a report on wildlife eating plastic is rising significantly. Research showed that plastic litter has been found in the gut of more than 90% the world seabird, in the stomach of more than half of the ocean turtles, and many marine biota. The government of Indonesia has committed to reducing 70% of marine waste by 2025, as stated in the Marine Waste Action Plan. A collaborative plan at national level aims to develop policies to reduce and tackle marine waste. The action plan was expected to solve marine plastic waste problem. With its 5 key steps focusing on improving the country waste management, reducing or substituting plastic usage to prevent the consumption of 1 million tons annually, redesign plastic product and packaging for reuse and recycle, doubling plastic waste collection rate, as well as expanding waste disposal facilities. If the plan is implemented well, Indonesia National Plastic Action Partnership projected it could reduce the amount of plastic going into the country ocean by 70% by 2025 and reach near zero by 2040. as up to 60 million tons of plastic would be prevented from leaching into the sea until 2040. As part of this commitment, Agency for Marine and Fisheries Research and Human Resources will be joining Plastic Innovation Hub in an Australia-Indonesia partnership, a collaboration between the government of Australia and the Republic of Indonesia. The Plastic Innovation Hub will run for 3 years and create cross-sector partnership and world-first project to drive the transition to a zero marine plastic waste economy. The Research Center for Marine and Fisheries Product Processing and Biotechnology will take part in this initiative as part of our commitment to reduce plastic waste. So I hope everyone will find this conference informative and insightful. I thank the Research Center for Marine Fisheries and Product Processing and Biotechnology for organizing this event. Have fruitful discussion. Have a good day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I will return the time to you.
Thank you very much, Bapak Syarif Wijaya. I know you're very busy today. There must be some schedule on your daily schedule today, but thank you very much for being here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, as a part of the commitment to reduce the use of harmful plastic, Research Center for Marine and Fisheries Product Processing and Biotechnology, in collaboration with Indonesian Institute of Sciences, has developed bioplastic pellet from seaweed. We are going to watch the profile video of this research. Please enjoy.
Sampah plastik merupakan salah satu permasalahan yang paling sering dibicarakan di dunia, termasuk Indonesia. Berdasarkan data Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan, Indonesia menghasilkan 64 juta ton sampah plastik per tahun. Tidak kurang dari 150 ton sampah plastik mencemari lautan dunia, dan Indonesia menyumbang 3,2 juta ton. Untuk itu diperlukan alternatif plastik yang lebih ramah lingkungan, mudah terurai dan tidak membahayakan makhluk hidup. Balai Besar Riset Pengolahan Produk dan Bioteknologi Kelautan dan Perikanan tengah mengembangkan bioplastik berbahan dasar rumput laut sebagai alternatif yang lebih ramah lingkungan.
Tim kami dari Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan dan LIPI berhasil membuat biji bioplastik agar. Agar yang digunakan merupakan ekstrak dari rumput laut merah Gracilaria. Indonesia sendiri merupakan penghasil rumput laut merah tertinggi di dunia. Nah, industri agar juga sudah banyak di Indonesia. Bahan-bahan yang digunakan yaitu agar dan plasticizer. Proses pembuatannya, pertama agar ditambahkan plasticizer, kemudian dimasukkan ke alat reomik. Kemudian campuran yang dihasilkan dipres sehingga menjadi lembaran bioplastik. Nah, lembaran bioplastik ini kemudian siap untuk dilakukan analisis. Untuk skala yang lebih besar lagi, biji agar dibuat dengan extruder. Produk yang dihasilkan dari biji bioplastik agar sampai saat ini yaitu lembaran dan mangkok. Diharapkan produk-produk lain dari biji bioplastik agar akan terus berkembang.
Ladies and gentlemen, more on this bioplastic research by the Research Center for Marine and Fisheries Product Processing in Biotechnology will be presented in Fisheries Product Processing session in the afternoon. Distinguished guests, honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, to begin our conference today, I would like to invite our keynote speakers, Dr. Denise Hardesty, Principal Research Scientist of CSIRO Australia, Dr. Agus Haryono, Master of Science, Deputy for Engineering Sciences, Indonesian Institute of Science, Professor Dr. Agung Damar Shakti, Rector of the Raja Ali Haji Maritime University. This session will be led by Bapak Bagus Hendrajana as a moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our keynote speakers and moderator.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our annual conference. And for this year, the theme is on marine bioplastic. My name is Bagus, and I will be your moderator for today's main session. Before we begin, first, just housekeeping notes. Please mute your microphones now if you haven't already done so. And secondly, our Q&A sessions will be available after each presenters. And please mention your name, your institution, and I'll be guiding us through this process. We have a short period of time, unfortunately, especially for Dr. Denise Hardesty. It's only approximately half an hour. And please state your question in clear and concise. You can ask questions by raising your hands or via chat box. Now, without further ado, let me introduce our speakers. Our first speaker is Dr. Denise Hardesty from CSIRO. She is a Senior Principal Research Scientist of CSIRO Australia. And she has a lot of papers in marine bioplastic and plastic pollutions. And our second speaker will be Dr. Agus Haryono from LIPI. His research interest is in polymer chemistry and polymer synthesis. And our last speaker for this session is from Professor Agung Damar Shakti. He's the director of Umrah, and his expertise is in marine pollution and bioremediation. So without further ado, please give warm welcome to Dr. Denise Hardesty. And Dr. Denise Hardesty, you may begin your presentation.
Thank you so much for your kind introduction, and I'm hoping that everyone can see my screen. Can someone confirm that you can see my screen and that the video is showing, or the presentation is showing properly? Thank you so much. Let me just make sure that you're only, that you can. Is this showing? Oh, great. I'm going to assume you can all see me, and thank you so much. I would like to start today by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands from which many of us are coming to this conference from, in many different places around the world. And where I am based, those are the Murunlumi people. They have been traditional custodians of the land and sea for many generations. So I acknowledge their elders and leaders, past, present, and emerging. And I have a bit of an echo, so I will stop with my video in hopes that that will improve the situation. And go into my next slide. There seems to be a bit of issue. So I'm just going to frame for you a little bit of information about what we at CSIRO have been doing for the last several years. So the focus of our research on plastic pollution and microplastics included there includes really looking at the sources and drivers. So that means focusing on where is plastic leaking into the environment and why. And that means including things like the land use type, how many people live in the area, understanding what the socioeconomics, so the local wealth of people are within the region, because all of those components are very, very important for understanding what types and how much of waste into the environment. We then focus our work on the dynamics and distribution, and that means how is our waste moving around the environment? Is it being driven mostly by people, by the behavior of people, or is it by rivers or waterways, or by people or losing material off the backs of trucks or something along major transportation corridors such as highways? The third focus of our research has been to quantify the impacts, and so the impacts from our litter entering the environment on animals such as turtles, seabirds, marine mammals, as well as humans, and understanding what are the impacts on humans, economies, and society. And finally, understanding the real critical role of the policy or management responses in helping to reduce the feedback loop, to reduce the amount of plastic or waste littering or being entered into the environment. We've been working in this area for over a dozen years. We've published maybe 60 or 70 papers and about the same number of reports. And importantly to me, we've worked with people from around the world to engage with citizen scientists and communicators from schools, educators, etc. And our focus has really been on identifying and implementing effective, affordable solutions. On the next slide here, I just mentioned that the amount of plastic production has been doubling around every 11 years. And the ocean receives somewhere on the order of 5 to 12 million metric tons of plastic entering the ocean each year. And as people talk about the cost of action, it's important to also remember the potentially critical cost of not acting in this particular area. We've seen major papers that have shifted the game from Jenna Jambek's work to other papers talking about how much plastic is entering the ocean. We also, sorry, I'm trying to move to the next slide. We have been also documenting and seeing such a tremendous growth in the amount of plastic that is being produced each year, such that we anticipate that plastic has a doubling time in terms of production of approximately 11 years. It's also worth noting where and what types of products are resulting in our plastic entering the environment. And we see here that so much, the majority, is actually coming from packaging. Yes, textiles and machinery, electrical and building construction materials are important, but a large amount, the most of our waste or production of plastic is within the packaging realm. So what do we do, and what are we going to do about that? I think that we've seen tremendous change in recent time. Producers are starting to take action. We're seeing from many multinationals. Governments are implementing change. And retailers, we know, are under significant pressure as well to reduce the amount of plastic that they're making, using, and putting into play. Within Australia, there has been an agreement to ban waste exports, and that is a fundamental game changer that I suspect will have reverberation or impacts around the region. And what are the patterns that we see or that we know about? We know that plastic is increasing in the ocean at a rate of around 1.5% to 2% per year. And this plastic is closely following cumulative plastic production, which suggests that we're not actually losing it in the environment. We know that the amount of plastic in our wildlife, such as seabirds, turtles, and fish, are similar. And we also know that there are global hotspots of particular items such as bottles, lids, cans, fishing gear, etc. However, the overall global patterns for the total amount of trash entering our coasts and marine environments is a little bit less clear. And what do we know about where our plastic comes from? Well, within Australia, we looked at this question from 3 major data sources, and we found that our plastic is mostly entering our coastal and marine environments in areas where we have major population centers, so in our cities. And we find this even when we correct for or take into account the number of people living within the area, the land use types, and all those important components. And we have expanded this work substantially beyond Australia to ask this question at a global scale. And we've been working not only in Indonesia with partners there, but we have also been working in many other countries, more than a dozen to date, in different countries around the world. And for that work, we're asking not only how much plastic is on our coastlines, but we're also asking how much is in our rivers and how much is in the ocean already. And we also are asking, where do we find that waste in our upland areas? To the important question of where does that plastic go to, many have focused on or said it is concentrated in the gyres. We also know and see that it is concentrated in our coastal areas. And recently it was estimated that there are around 250,000 tons of plastics or microplastics floating on the ocean surface. I think it is important to notice or to acknowledge that most of our waste stays local, that yes, some of it may be exported or floating from the ocean coastal areas to other countries, but most of the plastic released or lost from any one country is going to stay within that country's waters. And I think that is very different than the expectation of most people that think that our country, my country, is really clean. And they think or expect that we are not losing that waste to other countries. Whereas in fact, this is unfortunately a misunderstanding. We know that over 91% of particles or plastic pieces remain near the coastline after just 1 week, and that most of those are within 100 kilometers of their source. Again, showing strong evidence that most of our plastic is staying within that local area, and that frankly, a very small proportion only is actually the amount that is able to escape that coastal zone and potentially make its way out into the broader ocean. So what drives, or another way to ask the question from, is that plastic local, is to also say, where is it coming from again in a different way? What drives that plastic pollution on land? We know that the number of people in the area is important, but the economics, the site types, and the land use seem to be more important. So what we find is that we find more debris in water areas than we do in grazing areas than we do in agricultural or conservation landscapes. We also know that for site types, that people are more likely to litter, or we find more debris in areas where people are transient, so in industrial parks or along highways. And we find less litter in areas where people actually care about it and focus on it, such as beaches or in recreational parks. We also know that within 50 kilometers, we know that where there is higher poverty, we find more litter in the environment. And where unemployment rates are high, so where there are lots of people employed, we find less litter in the environment. And the same is true with education. Where we have higher education, we find less litter in the environment. What we find that is consistent around the world is that we find dumping at urban boundaries and in low socioeconomic areas. And an example of that would be in a coastal margin near a shopping center where people are transient, or near a wetland, similar to those places, in an area that is disused or not used for much. And what do we know about the impacts of this? We know that plastics affect our economies. We know that plastic is a navigation hazard and that it can transport invasive species. We know that wildlife get caught up or entangled in it, as well as ingested. We also know that there are potentially chemical or toxicological impacts from plastic in wildlife and in our communities. And we know that it also affects the social well-being of communities. Can I just check that everyone is able to hear me clearly?
Yes,
Yes, I can.
Can I get a thumbs up? Super, great. One of the focuses for me has been to say that if we can measure something, then I think we're better able to manage it. And that has been a stalwart throughout the work that we have been doing. And I think that applies quite well to the topic that was just mentioned with the very exciting work on developing bioplastics, because I think that as we start to understand plastics, I think we can better design for it as we're seeing. I think that as we participate in the circular economy and in our society, we can start to influence it through our consumer purchases, through our research knowledge, through the government policies and the like. And I think that as we start to use products, particularly plastics, I think it is really beneficial to consider how do we reuse it? How do we recycle it? How do we circularize plastic to keep the value of that very important commodity in the environment, in the economy, so that it doesn't leak into the environment? And so how do we measure it? How do we measure what we're doing? Well, there are as many different ways to measure our waste or litter in the environment as there are creative people to come up with solutions. So we may do cleanups, we may survey with students, we may look at sediment on beaches, we may do screen samples, we may look at plastics in seabirds, we may look at plastics floating on the ocean surface. And we may focus solely on microplastics, or we may look at the entire component. We may look at the coastline or at inland areas, and we may ask people to behave or to survey in particular ways to make sure that the information that we're able to get is very, very clear. And I bring that up because it's really important to remind people that how we survey affects what information we're able to collect and then what we can do with that information. And I think there's a major misconception out there, and we've been seeing and hearing this in the media, where people have been asking, where is all the missing plastic? And there really is probably no missing plastic. It just seems that we may have made a logic error. As I pointed out before, most of our plastic stays local and ends up on the coast. We think much of it gets caught or trapped in the backshore vegetation, and it actually is quite difficult for plastic to escape that coastal or littoral zone and to get out there into the pelagic zone or out into the gyres. And by way of example, when you actually analyze the data in the gyres, we find on average around 1 piece of floating plastic per 2 square meters. On the coastline, we tend to find around 1 piece per square meter. In those similar areas on land, we might find around 5 pieces per meter, which really points to the fact that, and something that's quite hopeful, is that for managing our waste, we're more likely to be able to manage it on land and as far upstream as possible. And one thing that people often question me about are, what do I know? What can we tell you about fish and plastics? Should I be worried about eating fish due to plastics in the environment? Are fish affected, and are they potentially impacting humans? My response to that question is to say that in general, we do not eat the whole intact fish. So if you're eating very small fry, or if you are eating anchovies or the entire fish, then you may be slightly more concerned. However, in general, I would be much more concerned about metals or other contaminants from fish than I would be concerned about getting microplastics. Because typically when we take out the guts or the digestive tract of fish, we're also then removing the place where we would be likely to encounter any plastics or microplastics in those fish. So the answer to should I be worried, for me, would actually be that would not be the main focus of my concern around eating fish. Yes, it is possible, and we do find that fish, as well as many other taxa, have eaten plastic. However, it is unlikely that the size of plastics that fish are eating are going to transport through a barrier into different tissues. I think one other component, even though this isn't solely microplastics, that people are very focused on and is important to consider, is the loss of plastics from fishing gear and the acknowledgement that it's anticipated that up to 1/3 of our fish stocks are lost from human food security and nutrition due to being killed by derelict fishing gear, abandoned, lost, or derelict fishing gear, which is called ghost gear. The other main focus for people is, what about those fibers? Well, there hasn't actually been a study that shows that there is more or less harm from artificial material fibers, such as polypropylene or other fibers, than from cotton or hemp or other natural fibers. And so we do not have scientific information right now that demonstrates that there is substantial harm from fibers. It does not mean that we don't want to operate from the precautionary principle and focus our efforts to keep such items out of the environment and out of our diets and out of our wildlife. However, there isn't strong evidence of substantial harm. And it's important to remember that presence or occurrence does not necessarily equate to harm, although again, it's safe to operate from the principle of being cautious in light of the fact that all the information is not yet known. In terms of microplastics specifically, and I will provide a link to this at the end, we did some work here in Australia and then we scaled that up. And what we do is we actually estimate that there's 14 million tons of microplastics on the seabed floor at a global scale. And if you want to put that into context, it had previously been estimated that there's around 250,000 tons of floating plastics on the ocean surface. And this is somewhere between 25 and 38 times more microplastics is anticipated to be on the seabed floor than floating on the ocean surface, which is pretty confronting. It's around 8 plastic bags full of microplastics along the coastline for every single meter of coastline in every continent in the world except for Antarctica. And how did we find that out? Well, we actually used remote vehicles that went out and took samples from up to 3,000 meters in depth from hundreds of kilometers offshore, so very, very remote areas. And then we counted and found the number of microplastics that were in those different sediment cores. And to be super cautious, we actually did not include any fibers that were found because of the potential concern about contamination, which means that our estimate is likely a very strong underestimate. So as I come towards the end of this presentation to allow time for questions, you know, what works? What can governments and people do to help reduce litter? And if people are interested in this, we have a publication about this. And the purpose of this slide is to show that there's many different ways and many different places along the chain where we can implement change. And it really points out the value of coupling or grouping together, not just policies such as bans on whether it's microbeads or plastic bags or single-use containers, but also coupling such policies with infrastructure investment, with outreach programs, and to really consider how we target our efforts along the entire chain from plastic production and use to when plastic may become waste, which I would like to now shift to calling a commodity so it doesn't become waste. And as we put a price or a value in plastics, we see a fundamental shift or change in our understanding of and treatment of plastics so that it does not get transported to the ocean and end up ultimately deposited or lost along our coastlines. CSIRO has undertaken a major effort to focus on ending plastic waste, where we're targeting a 90% reduction in plastic waste entering the environment in just 5 years. And we're focusing that in some major areas, such as focusing on best practices and standards, looking at new technologies such as bioplastics, which were mentioned previously, as well as looking at the infrastructure needs and the critically important role of data and information to help underpin the decision-making and to help make best decisions and to guide policies. Another way to say or to show this is that we're focusing on revolutionizing plastic packaging, creating incentives to reduce waste, applying circular economy approaches to help identify new solutions for plastics, while we support best practices and standards and use that data and information to inform decision making. It's really important to me to acknowledge that there's certainly no silver bullet solution. It takes a really strong integrated approach with many different skills and expertise areas. We also need to make sure that solutions are place-based, that they're socially, community, environmentally, economically, and culturally appropriate and relevant. If we do not change our relationship with plastic, we're simply going to be overcome and overrun on our land and in our seas. I'm happy to take questions now, and if the presentations are going to be shared with participants later, I also did provide a series of links to popular articles that are all freely available in case that would be of interest, including one, and I apologize that there's only one, that is in Bahasa Indonesian, but that was published on the conversation. And I will pause there now for questions. Thank you again for this invitation to share my knowledge.
Thank you. Thank you. Kak Isamuni. Bisa mendengar suara saya?
Sure.
Baik, kita lanjutkan. Mohon izin presenter yang berikutnya. Kita ada pertanyaan sebentar ya, Pak Agus dan Pak Damar, karena Dennis maksimum hanya 1 jam. Mohon maaf. And a question for Dennis. A lot of question about goosenet fishing.
Yes.
And the second question is from Simon Gea from University of Science Malaysia. first question is, how about environmental policy regulation against littering in the in the water area? Because there are still many people in the community who he sees throwing garbage into the water. And the second question is, what step do we need to take to make changes to fish biotechnology? Is there a road that needs to be prepared? Thank you. And yes, a lot of questions about ghost net fishing.
So which one would you like me to take first? So are there specific questions around ghost fishing that you would like me to answer? I do, and my apologies, everyone. I do not read Bahasa Indonesian, so I now see the chat, but I am not able to read all of the questions that are in Bahasa Indonesia.
Yes, unfortunately, the question about ghost net fishing is general. They just ask about what do you think about ghost net?
So I think ghost net fishing is a significant environmental, economic, and social issue. It can also result in navigation hazard for vessels if their propeller gets caught in line, and that can be also quite a problem. We also know that, and if people are interested, we have published the kind of the first global estimate of how much fishing gear is lost and by which different fisheries. And we have published some papers on ghost fishing and the impacts on turtles, on how much there is out there and those sorts of things. So I am also happy to share a list, or you could actually go to the website there. And if you click on our publication link, you should be able to freely access any of the papers on that topic, if that would be helpful for the audience. So I suppose that would be my kind of short-ish answer on ghost nets or fishing gear.
Okay, and what about, you said earlier that you will still eat wild fish because you do not eat the guts. What about comparison between wild fish and aquaculture fish? Which one is more dangerous, plastic-wise?
Plastic-wise. Ooh, that's a tricky one. I don't know of scientific evidence to say that there is more or less risk from aquaculture or from wild-caught fish. To be honest, I would be more thinking about where is the fish coming from. So fish that are caught away from urban centers, away from those major population areas, those would be the fish that I would be wanting to eat if I was eating fish. And where they feed. So if we know that there's more plastic on the seabed floor than on the seabed surface, than on the sea surface, we might be less inclined to eat fish that are bottom feeders, for example.
Okay, I will speak in bahasa Indonesia. Barangkali ada pertanyaan bisa diajukan ke chat box atau raise hand. Sepertinya belum ada ya. Ada? Silakan Mas Dwiyetno.
Well, thank you Pak Bagus and Dr. Dennis for your kind presentation and information. My question is related with the bioplastic, Dr. Dennis. What is your opinion about the benefit and in terms of the sustainability and environmental issue? Because as we know, that bioplastic even still use some additive, plasticizer, and so on in order to make this bioplastic in the what characteristic like the conventional plastic. So my point is, even bioplastic it says still use the unsustainable or not environmentally compounds for the
Thank you for your question. I think it is a very complicated and rapidly evolving area. And I think that right now, one of the real challenges is that we often see unintended consequences from some of the bioplastics that we may be developing and using for reasons that you mentioned, such as the additives, plasticizers. There's still glues and things if it's not a single barrier plastic. I think one of the big challenges that we face is that our waste infrastructure right now cannot currently recycle or manage bioplastics. And so sometimes what we find is we find contamination of our waste streams because people don't understand yet how to manage or how we want or need to treat bioplastic waste. And I think many consumers are trying to do the right thing by purchasing and using bioplastics, and yet they still end up in landfill or not even being able to break down properly because they end up in environments that are not favorable to them breaking down. I am not opposed to bioplastics. That is not my statement whatsoever. I just am mindful that because we're in a little bit of early days or early stages of development and growth in this area, I think we need to be very thoughtful about potential problems that we did not anticipate. And I think we also want to be very thoughtful. It is not a problem with red seaweed, perhaps, but as people look at corn-based or other types of bioplastics, to be thoughtful about, are we going to package food for the world's population, or are we going to turn our croplands or oceans into packaging rather than food? And I think making sure that we have sustainability practices or food to feed the world's population is also, of course, quite a very important topic to consider. So I hope that helps to answer your question and provides a little bit of framing around my response.
Thank you very much.
We have one more question, and he asked, do you have suggestions for societies that consume fish in amount larger than general society? Usually we found this in coastal society. Do we need special studies on those specific societies? What do you think?
Do we need, well, I think there's a couple of things that one could do. And some of this work has actually been initiated or is underway. So if we look at where in the water column fish feed and see the health of the fish, if they feed on the bottom, throughout the water column, or on the surface, and if they feed in coastal versus pelagic areas, and if they feed near major cities or metropolitan centers, or if they feed more remote where we don't have such high human population density. And if we look at the health of those fish and the contaminants in those fish, I think that would be a way to guide us towards, I guess, health standards or sustainability metrics and measures for human consumption. And I think having more detail on that could only be beneficial for humans, particularly people who live in coastal environments that may consume more fish than the average people. Does that help?
Okay, and maybe this one is the last questions. How to influence the society in order to transition to these bioplastic alternatives in the future?
So I would urge us to not just be focusing on individuals or people in society, because it will also take a strong shift or change in infrastructure, with multinational businesses, with our waste sector, with governments, etc. So how do we influence that? I think it will take a substantial amount of time and effort, and we would very strongly benefit by taking not a national or subnational approach, but by taking a global community approach and trying to put into place consistent standards, best practices, materials, etc., so that we are implementing similar processes and products around the world. And I would also, though, urge us to be very thoughtful and to consider, what is going to be more beneficial or potentially have harm. Like if it is actually less carbon costly and better able to be recycled for long lifetimes, we may want to consider the value of, I guess I will say, quote unquote, traditional plastics in comparison with bioplastics. So I don't think that we're going to see 100% shift. And I think we should focus with particular use cases or target items, perhaps single-use items or things like that, so that we are making sure we're considering all of the cost, consequences, and opportunities as we look to transition to a more circular plastics economy and society, which will necessarily involve government, individuals, and making changes at very large scales will certainly take time and considered consistent effort on the part of all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dennis, for your nice presentation. And by the way, are you coming to Indonesia soon or?
Well, I really look forward to it. This is the longest I haven't been to Indonesia in over 10 years, I think. So I am missing seeing my colleagues and friends and experiencing Indonesia live and in person. However, my organization or institution has quite strong travel restrictions for us for at least the next 6 or 8 months, we understand, due to the challenges with the global pandemic. But I look forward to getting back there, Pak Bagus.
Thank you again, Dennis. And once again, on behalf of our office, we hope that you and your family and our colleagues in CSIRO Australia be safe, and thank you and bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Take care, everyone. And I appreciate again the opportunity to talk with you, and I will try to answer any other questions in the chat box before I must depart. Thanks again.
Bye-bye. Baik, untuk sesi kedua, we will have Dr. Agus Haryono from LIPI and Professor Agung Damar Sakti from his Director of Raja Ali Haji Maritime University in Riau. Nanti kalau sesi Pak Agus Haryono dan Pak Agung Damar, mungkin kita bisa presentasi dua dulu Pak, baru gitu setelah itu baru kita kumpulkan pertanyaannya, nanti kita bisa jawab bersama-sama. Silakan Pak Agus Haryono yang pertama.
Thank you very much. It's speak in bahasa or in English?
Bisa dua-duanya Pak.
If it's better in bahasa, I'd like to speak in bahasa.
Ya boleh Pak, di bahasa Indonesia aja Pak.
Ya. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu semua yang hadir pada pagi hari ini. Terima kasih atas undangan yang diberikan kepada saya untuk hadir di International Conference yang diselenggarakan pada pagi hari ini. Sesuai dengan permintaan dari panitia, diminta untuk menjelaskan tentang biodegradable plastik yang dihasilkan dari marine bioresources atau sumber daya yang berada di laut. Sebelum saya menjelaskan tentang biodegradable plastik atau bioplastik, saya rasa saya perlu menjelaskan terlebih dahulu definisi dari biodegradable plastik supaya tidak terjadi misunderstanding, salah paham terkait dengan perbedaan biodegradable plastik dan bioplastik. Karena banyak di antara kita yang mengira bioplastik adalah biodegradable plastik, atau sebaliknya biodegradable plastik selalu bioplastik. Padahal tidak seperti itu ya. Nanti saya akan jelaskan perbedaannya seperti apa. Tapi secara global yang disebut dengan biodegradable plastik adalah plastik dari bahan apapun, dari bahan tanaman, sumber nabati, hewani, atau bahkan dari bahan bakar fosil fuel. Plastik yang dihasilkan dari fosil juga bisa, asalkan dia bisa didekomposisi menjadi air, CO2, dan biomasa. Didekomposisi oleh mikroba. Dan tidak semua bioplastik atau biopolimer itu biodegradable. Ada beberapa bioplastik, karena bioplastik itu adalah plastik yang dihasilkan dari sumber terbarukan ya. Seperti kita ketahui sekarang sudah mulai diproduksi polietilen tetraftalat yang terbuat dari tetes tebu. Itu bahannya renewable, tapi hasilnya tidak biodegradable. Jadi tidak semua bioplastik itu biodegradable. Jadi tergantung dari standar dari masing-masing negara ya. Ada yang mengatakan sesuatu biopolimer itu biodegradable, ada yang tidak. Dan kalau kita lihat perbedaannya, ini grafik yang di sini, ini memperlihatkan plastik yang biodegradable dan non biodegradable, sedangkan yang atas ini sumbernya, sumber yang renewable dan sumber yang non renewable. Jadi bioplastik itu adalah plastik yang dihasilkan dari renewable resources, baik itu yang non-degradable maupun yang bersifat biodegradable. Jadi bioplastik itu meliputi semuanya, termasuk polietilen tereftalat yang dihasilkan dari sumber-sumber renewable. Sebaliknya, plastik yang biodegradable ini tidak harus terbuat dari bahan yang renewable, tapi ada juga yang terbuat dari fosil, seperti misalnya polikaprolakton, polivinil alkohol, itu semuanya bersifat biodegradable meskipun terbuat dari minyak bumi. Gitu ya. Nah, sayangnya kalau kita lihat dari produksi, kapasitas produksi dari bioplastik dari tahun ke tahun, meskipun terjadi peningkatannya tidak terlalu signifikan. Jadi ini tidak terlalu menggembirakan ya Bapak Ibu sekalian. Peningkatannya hanya sedikit, dan ini disebabkan terutama karena faktor harga yang masih relatif mahal karena sumbernya terbatas. Kemudian dari performa itu masih kalah dibandingkan dengan plastik konvensional. Nah ini beberapa jenis-jenis bioplastik yang diproduksi secara global. Kalau kita lihat di gambar ini, yang paling banyak itu justru polietilen tereftalat atau yang kita kenal dengan PET botol ya, botol minuman mineral. Itu terbuat dari bioplastik. Selain itu PLA, poliasam laktat, ini juga cukup banyak yang diproduksi dengan bahan terbarukan. Dan sayangnya keduanya ini tidak bersifat biodegradable. Jadi kalau kita berbicara bioplastik, ini sebenarnya komposisi hampir setengahnya ini bersifat tidak biodegradable. Ini beberapa contoh aplikasi dari biodegradable plastik. Beberapa negara seperti di India, dia membuat bioplastik untuk berbagai jenis kemasan dari tetes tebu atau dari ampas tebu juga. Kemudian Indonesia ini sudah ada, yang menghasilkan dari singkong ya. Kemudian dari Amerika ini menghasilkan dari kulit udang. Nah semuanya ini masih belum begitu berkembang secara masif ya, karena ini masih terkendala di performa, ya. Karena memang kalau kita berbicara biodegradable plastik itu biasanya para peneliti yang mengembangkan itu berusaha memperlihatkan bahwa plastiknya itu betul-betul bersifat biodegradable, sehingga dalam waktu beberapa minggu plastiknya itu akan terurai. Padahal kalau dari sisi konsumen itu menginginkan plastiknya itu bisa tahan setahun 2 tahun, ya. Mengapa? Karena setelah dibuat kemudian ada faktor distribusi, kemudian pada saat penjualan, penggunaan itu diperkirakan waktunya 2 tahun. Nah, ini yang perlu diperhatikan oleh para pengembang biodegradable plastik agar meskipun dia bersifat biodegradable diharapkan dia bisa tahan sampai 2 tahun. Kemudian dari segi harganya juga masih relatif lebih mahal dibandingkan dengan plastik konvensional. Mengapa? Pembuatannya belum begitu masif dibandingkan dengan plastik yang terbuat dari minyak bumi. Dan kalau memang ini perlu ditingkatkan, maka kita perlu mendorong agar KLHK sebagai regulator di negara kita itu bisa memberikan regulasi-regulasi yang bisa mensupport plastik biodegradable ini. Nah, ini contoh-contoh dari bioplastik seperti polihidroksialkanoat. Ini adalah plastik yang dibuat secara biosintesis di dalam tubuh dari suatu sel mikroba, ya. Bisa diambil dari mikroba atau bakteri. Dia akan menghasilkan setelah kita berikan nutrisi, kemudian dia akan menghasilkan polimer di tubuhnya, kemudian itu diekstrak untuk menghasilkan polimer yang bersifat biodegradable seperti polihidroksialkanoat yang sudah diaplikasikan di Kanada, di Cina. Kemudian poliasam laktat, ini di antara jenis bioplastik ini termasuk jenis yang paling banyak digunakan dan pertumbuhannya juga cukup pesat, ya, dibandingkan dengan jenis gula, ya, bisa dari berbagai jenis tepung. Saya kira ini cukup relevan kalau nanti dikembangkan di Indonesia bioplastik poliasam laktat karena aplikasinya juga cukup beragam, performanya juga cukup bagus meskipun agak sulit kalau digunakan untuk plastik lembaran. Dan sayangnya ini di Uni Eropa dan di Amerika ini diklasifikasikan sebagai plastik non biodegradable meskipun berasal dari bahan alam karena memang dia performa kekuatan dari rantai polimernya tidak mudah. Ya, jadi yang disebut dengan biodegradable polymer ini adalah plastik yang bisa dikomposisi oleh mikroba dalam waktu tertentu. Nah, PLA ini waktunya cukup panjang, ya, untuk bisa didegradasi oleh mikroba. Jadi tidak termasuk dalam klasifikasi biodegradable plastik menurut standar di Uni Eropa maupun di Amerika. Kemudian polihidroksibutanoat ini salah satu jenis polimer dari jenis PHA. Ini sudah dikembangkan juga di LIPI menggunakan bakteri, ya, disintesis di bakteri. Kemudian kita menggunakan berbagai jenis parameter dari waktu fermentasinya, kemudian kondisi pH-nya, dan kita bisa menghasilkan data-data optimasi proses pembuatan polihidroksibutanoat. Nah, ini salah satu contoh polihidroksibutanoat yang dihasilkan dari sumber daya laut, yaitu bakterinya diambil dari laut, kemudian biosintesa plastiknya di tubuh bakteri yang diambil dari laut untuk menghasilkan biopolimer. Nah, ini struktur polimernya juga sudah dilihat menggunakan FTIR dan NMR. Ini pasti kalau di Indonesia ini sumber bakteri yang ada di laut sangat banyak sekali. Jadi peluang untuk melakukan riset atau pengembangan jenis polimer polihidroksibutanoat menggunakan jenis-jenis bakteri yang ada di laut ini sangat terbuka luas. Kemudian plastik yang terbuat dari tepung atau starch ya, yang di blend. Nah, ini tergantung dari jenis plasticizer-nya ya. Tadi ada pertanyaan mengenai plasticizer. Memang berbagai jenis plasticizer itu ada yang bisa bersifat biodegradable, ada juga plasticizer yang tidak bersifat biodegradable. Jadi tergantung dari jenis plasticizer-nya. Kemudian kalau dia starch-nya di blend dengan polimer yang bersifat biodegradable, maka plastiknya bersifat biodegradable penuh. Tapi kalau dia di blend dengan polyolefin seperti polyethylene, polypropylen, maka dia tidak bersifat biodegradable. Meskipun kalau dilihat dari kasat mata seolah-olah dia hancur ya plastiknya dalam waktu beberapa bulan, tetapi sebenarnya dari sisi rantai polimer polyolefinnya itu kalau kita ukur menggunakan GPC, gel permeation chromatography, molecular weight atau berat molekul dari polyolefinnya tidak terlalu turun ya. Sehingga tidak bisa disebut sebagai plastik biodegradable. Ini contoh beberapa produk yang dihasilkan di beberapa negara dengan menggunakan starch, termasuk yang NV Plus yang dihasilkan oleh Indonesia ya, PT Aneka Lestari itu menggunakan singkong. Ya. Ini yang dikembangkan di LIPI oleh Pak Dawam dan tim juga menggunakan blend antara pati dengan polyolefin. Ya, ini dibuat berbagai jenis kemasan maupun lembaran plastik. Kemudian plastik yang dibuat dari selulosa ya. Saya kira kita punya banyak jenis selulosa baik yang ada di terestrial maupun yang ada di laut. Ini bisa kita gunakan dengan modifikasi-modifikasi tertentu menghasilkan termoplastik, termasuk pembuatan selulus astat ya, dengan melakukan reaksi esterifikasi pada rantai polimernya. Tapi sayangnya ini harganya memang lebih tinggi, biasanya agak jarang digunakan dalam aplikasi di pasar karena harganya cukup mahal untuk menghasilkan selulus astat dibandingkan dengan bioplastik yang lainnya. Ini yang dikembangkan di LIPI, Pak Guzali dan kawan-kawan menggunakan thermoplastic starch, kemudian chitosan, dan juga selulus astat dan poliasam laktat. Ini masing-masing kita modifikasi dan diukur sifat-sifat antibakterinya, sifat-sifat mekaniknya, thermal, permeability-nya, dan sifat biodegradasinya. Kemudian ini kita membuat biofoam bekerja sama dengan Badan Litbang Pertanian ya. Kemudian kita coating permukaannya agar dia menjadi plastik yang tahan panas dan tahan penggunaan berulang kali, bisa dicuci. Nah, ini memang kelemahan dari biofoam waktu itu sulit bertahan dengan air karena terbuat dari tepung ya. Jadi kalau terkena air dia akan larut kemudian rusak ya. Dan tim kami menggunakan berbagai teknologi untuk bisa mengcoating sehingga dia bisa tahan lebih lama, tahan terhadap panas dan sebagainya. Dan ini bisa salah satu teknologi untuk bisa mensubstitusi styrofoam yang sangat tidak ramah lingkungan. Ini terkait dengan riset kami di LIPI membuat transparent paper untuk berbagai jenis aplikasi ya, sehingga plastiknya menjadi transparan berasal dari limbah tandan kosong kelapa sawit. Dan ini limbah-limbah seperti ini yang mempunyai sumber selulosa, misalnya limbah dari rumput laut dan sebagainya, ini bisa juga kita kembangkan menjadi transparent paper seperti ini. Ini smart wood wound dressing dengan nanoselulosa ini sama juga ya. Kita bisa mengembangkan lebih lanjut menggunakan sumber-sumber dari limbah yang ada di industri kelautan. Nah, kalau kita kembali lagi ke kategori dari plastik biodegradable dan plastik non-biodegradable, maka plastik yang berasal dari minyak bumi pun ini ada yang bersifat biodegradable. Nah, ini contoh dari plastik-plastik biodegradable yang dihasilkan dari plastik minyak bumi seperti poliasam glikolat, polibutilan susinat, polikaprolakton, polivinil alkohol dan sebagainya. Ini semuanya adalah plastik biodegradable. Dan kalau kita lihat plastik biodegradable ini plastik yang terbuat dari bioplastik ini sebagian bersifat biodegradable 55%, 45%-nya adalah non-biodegradable. Jadi kalau kita bicara bioplastik, ini sebenarnya setengahnya tidak bersifat biodegradable. Seperti misalnya polietilen, polipropilen, poliasam laktat dan sebagainya. Ini tidak bersifat biodegradable. Ini contohnya poliasam glikolat yang biasa kita gunakan untuk benang operasi ya, untuk pada saat operasi di rumah sakit. Kemudian untuk implan tulang itu kita menggunakan polikaprolakton yang mana dia bersifat biodegradable dan bisa nanti terurai di tubuh kita oleh mikroba yang ada di tubuh manusia. Dan ini sudah digunakan bertahun-tahun di dunia kedokteran. Kemudian polivinil alkohol ini termasuk yang paling murah karena sangat mudah membuatnya dalam skala yang besar, termasuk jenis polyolefin sebenarnya. Dan ini bisa digunakan untuk jenis plastik lembaran yang bersifat biodegradable dan digunakan untuk aplikasi di pertanian dan sebagainya, sehingga nanti plastiknya bisa menyatu lagi ke alam dan sebagainya. Polibutilen susinat ini juga bisa digunakan untuk plastik lembaran dan memang secara teori dia bisa terdegradasi penuh menjadi air dan CO2. Jadi sifat biodegradasi dari plastik ini dipengaruhi oleh 4 faktor utama. Yang pertama adalah komposisi kimia dari rantai polimernya, apakah dia rantai lurus atau rantai cabang. Kemudian berat molekulnya, semakin besar berat molekulnya maka dia akan semakin sulit untuk terbiodegradasi. Kemudian polaritasnya, kalau polaritasnya tinggi maka dia akan mudah larut ke air sehingga dia bisa menjadi lebih mudah mikroba masuk ke rantai polimernya. Kemudian sifat dari fisiknya, dari bentuknya, ketebalan, kemudian area permukaan, luas permukaannya, ini juga mempengaruhi sifat biodegradasinya. Yang lain adalah faktor abiotik dan faktor biotik. Ini juga menjadi pengaruh karena memang temperatur, salinitas, cahaya ini berpengaruh terhadap biodegradasi dari plastik tersebut. Seperti tadi cerita tentang mikroplastik yang ada di laut, maka kalau dia sudah berada di dasar laut, ya, kemudian temperaturnya lebih rendah, kemudian faktor pencahayaannya juga sangat kurang, maka degradasi dari plastiknya juga akan menjadi lebih sulit. Ini yang perlu kita antisipasi dalam pengembangan biodegradable plastik. Kemudian kita berbicara mengenai compostable dan biodegradable plastik. Kadang-kadang kita menyamakan ya persepsi kita terhadap biodegradable plastik itu pasti compostable. Padahal kalau kita lihat di standar di Uni Eropa maupun di Amerika, maka standar dari plastik compostable itu berbeda dengan biodegradable plastik, terutama dari hal apakah dia harus mengandung unsur hara. Jadi kalau compostable, ketika dia didegradasi, maka komponen unsur haranya harus terpenuhi. Kemudian dia harus terdegradasi dalam lingkungan yang terkontrol dalam kondisi aerobik. Seperti ini yang hal-hal kecil yang perlu kita ketahui ya Bapak Ibu sekalian. Kemudian berbicara mengenai industri rumput laut di Indonesia, yang mana rumput laut ini semakin besar produksinya dari tahun ke tahun. Dari tahun 2016, 2019 ada peningkatan yang luar biasa, dan sebagian besar ini diekspor ya rumput laut ini, dan ini punya peluang untuk bisa dimanfaatkan rumput laut ini untuk bisa diaplikasikan sebagai sumber bioplastik ya, dari berbagai jenis plastik, kotoni, glasiaria, sargasum dan sebagainya, dengan struktur kimia alginat, karagenan dan agar. Nah, ini dikembangkan oleh LIPI bekerja sama dengan KKP. Ini nanti mungkin dipresentasikan di sesi siang. Tadi saya mendengarkan dari videonya. Jadi tim kami bekerja sama dengan KKP membuat bioplastik pellet ya, yang dihasilkan dari rumput laut, dan harapannya nanti bisa menjadi plastik yang berupa produk jadi yang berasal dari rumput laut. Nah, ini contoh produknya berupa pellet. Masih ada komponen plasticizer dan starchnya. Dan kalau kita lihat dari karakteristik dari sifat mekaniknya, memang kalau dibandingkan HDPE ya tidak bisa dibandingkan ya, karena memang HDPE struktur kimianya berbeda dengan rumput laut. Tapi ini menjadi peluang bagi kita untuk bisa memperbaiki sifat-sifat mekanik maupun sifat termal dari plastik tersebut. Minimal ini kita ketahui bahwa temperatur degradasi dari rumput bioplastik rumput laut ini bisa tahan sampai 270 derajat Celcius. Ini cukup lumayan lah Bapak Ibu sekalian ya. Kemudian ini yang kedua, ini juga dengan KKP, yaitu pembuatan bioplastik dan yang terbuat dari agar. Ini warnanya lebih hitam, dan kita lakukan tes biodegradasinya dari hari ke-1, hari ke-5 dan hari ke-10. Bisa kita lihat pertumbuhan dari jamur Aspergillus nigernya cukup tinggi setelah hari ke-10 dan menandakan bahwa ini terjadi permulaan biodegradasi dan mulai bertumbuh secara signifikan sampai hari ke-10-nya. Kemudian kalau tadi berbicara tentang rumput laut, sebenarnya ada peluang juga untuk membuat mikroplastik dari mikroalga, ya, bioplastik dari mikroalga, maaf. Jadi mikroalga ini bisa digunakan untuk berbagai aplikasi, ya, untuk farmasi, untuk energi, kemudian untuk pangan, ya, aditif pangan, dan beberapa penelitian mulai mengembangkan bioplastik dari mikroalga. Seperti kita ketahui, Indonesia cukup banyak mempunyai sumber mikroalga ya, yang bisa kita gunakan untuk sebagai sumber dari bioplastik ini. Meskipun kalau kita lihat dari komposisi riset-riset yang ada di sini, sebagian besar dari mikroalga yang digunakan ini di-blend ya, dicampur dengan polimer yang lainnya seperti PVC, PVA, polietilen, kemudian tepung dengan penambahan plasticizer. Nah, ini kelebihannya dari mikroalga ini karena memang dia memiliki tingkat lipid yang tinggi, kemudian rantai polisakarida dan proteinnya, maka dia memberikan efek penambahan aditif ya pada plastik-plastik yang diblend dengan mikroalga. Ini contoh mikroalga jenis chlorella, kemudian ini yang spirulina juga dikembangkan. Jadi masih banyak peluang-peluang yang bisa dikembangkan untuk membuat bioplastik dari berbagai jenis mikroalga ini. Jadi ini saya mengundang Bapak Ibu sekalian, para peneliti di berbagai tempat, civitas dari dari universitas juga untuk bersama-sama mengembangkan bioplastik dari mikroalga ini. Jadi terakhir, Bapak Ibu sekalian, kesimpulannya bahwa bioplastik ini dapat diproduksi dari sumber-sumber yang bersifat renewable, termasuk sumber daya kelautan, dan biodegradable plastik dapat diproduksi dari renewable dan non-renewable material. Dan kelebihan dari Indonesia, kita mempunyai banyak sekali sumber bahan baku untuk memproduksi bioplastik maupun biodegradable plastik. Dan saya sekali lagi mengundang partisipasi Bapak Ibu sekalian untuk bekerjasama juga dengan LIPI untuk bersama-sama mengembangkan bioplastik yang bersumber dari sumber daya laut kita yang sangat kaya raya ini. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Pak Agus Daryono. Sesi selanjutnya adalah Profesor Agung Damar Sakti. Unfortunately, we have to converse in English again. Agung Damar. Karena saya barusan disentil sama panitia. A few of our audience are from outside Indonesia. So please, Pak Agung Damar.
I would like to apologize for that.
Yeah.
Well, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, Chairperson. To begin with my presentation, I would like to state what the objective we are looking on in this presentation. In fact, this presentation aims to highlight the challenge and the opportunity of handling plastic waste using the biological agent called bioremediation. And more particularly for the Indonesian scientists from university or from other research institutes, ensure a few information regarding to the current development in Indonesia will be also informed. And why the topic is important, you know that since it was discovered accidentally in 1940, to the instrumental fault, plastic is being a revolutionary material element that many use for the primarily for the packaging, construction, medical application, etc., etc. And by definition, Agus and has clearly stating previously that plastic is a synthetic organic polymer that contains carbon as the essential element along the chain, and which are long and high molecule consisting the repeated unit that we call the monomer. And basically there is two kinds of the plastic regarding to the origin of the polymer. One is derived from the biomass and then called natural plastic or bioplastic, and other derived from the fossil fuel origin, and that we call the synthetic plastic. And here are some example of them. I could say here, for example, the cellulose, chitin, lignin, wool starch as the bioplastic, as Pak has mentioned before, and another other thermoplastic such as the polyethylene, polyphenol chloride, and polystyrene, and also the thermoset plastic such as the epoxy tire, balloon, etc. You know, according to INAPLAS, Indonesian people use at least 17 kilogram plastic per year per person, and with the mismanaging in the waste handling shown here by only 10 to 15% that will be handling properly. Obviously, this has this quantity may result the remaining plastic waste and with the quantity, the huge quantity, and need the necessary action to handle it. And according to Jambek et al. 2015, for example, 0.1 to 1.3 million of ton plastic will enter the marine environment through the many riverine system in Indonesia. And obviously, plastic may have a potential hazard and may impact to the living biota, yeah, and the system undergo via, for instance, the ingestion, phytoplankton, fish, and the other living biota, entanglement, indicates of the sea turtle, the seabird, toxicity from the plastic polymer itself, or other co-pollutant which is absorbed onto the surface of the plastic, such as bisphenol A, phthalate, any pollutant, for example, the petrofluorocarbon, polychloride, bisphenol, etc. And last but not least, they may have also the potential toxicity that may bioaccumulate within an individual and can be bioaugmented through the levotrophic. Yeah, and certainly we need a commitment to mitigate all this the potential to the plastic reduction action, management, and also the treatment using the several available technique and technology. Naturally, plastic can be degraded through this three mechanisms. First is the photo-oxidation, the second is thermal, including the incineration use, and the third is the bioremediation. Among of the three processes, biodegradation is most environmental friendly and sound, yeah. And through bioremediation, bacteria and fungi or any other microorganism can convert this highly inert synthetic polymer to simple compound. And furthermore, this may aid the removal of the contaminants from the environment and prevent them from entering the ecosystem. And the microbiodegradation of plastic has been done from the decades and discovery. I don't want to show the exhaustive list of the bacteria that can use the plastic as their source of carbon and source of energy. But in this table, I can you can see here that some bacteria, some strain of the bacteria can use the plastic as a source of carbon energy. However, the lacking of the fundamental knowledge and limited technological availability must be mitigated, and it was a challenge to rationalize the finding to the field application of it. And so that's why I would like to inform you because I know already not working in this field, that to better understand, I'm trying to explain the stepwise of the polymer biodegradation. Yeah, starting from what we call the biofilm formation. Just after a while of time, the plastic can be covered by the biofilm, and as you know, the mechanism of interaction between the microbial cells and the plastic surface is a multi-stage process influenced by many abiotic and also biotic factors, and often the formation of the biofilm is driving by the quantum sensing phenomena. And this biofilm itself can occur in the three stages. Yeah, in the three stages, deposition of the cell on the surface first, and after following by the attachment by the formation of the polymeric bridge between cell and substrate surfaces, and the third is the colonization of the organism, followed by the growth and division of the cell in the form of the film for the surface. A recent research published by Rafdan in this year, 2020, published in the Hazardous Material Journal, has proven the biofilm development of the Bacillus siamensis, that grow in the on the surface of the salt chain low density polyethylene. They use the light microscopy image with the tenfold of the magnification. And for instance, here in the figure C, you can see the same image of the LDPE surfaces, and in the figure D, you can see the newly formed biofilm onto the surface of the LDPE after 15 days of in the batch culture. And next 30 days, and in the end, you can see the tiny and the heavy corrode the single LDPE particle after 45th day of the culture of the bacteria. And I'm going back to the second mechanism, the change fragmentation, the formation of the low molecular weight fragment on the plastic surface resulting from the fragmentation process previously by the exogenous microbial activity allow the small oligomers through cell membrane and enter to the central metabolic pathway. And plastic biodegradation is primarily an electron transfer process where the energy can be obtained through the oxidation of the reduced molecule result from the chain fragmentation. And thus, the plastic structural transformation involving the extracellular polymerizing enzyme that react the true mechanism of the bond stretching, the oxidative functional group formation that result in the alteration of the mechanical property of the polymer, and further fragmentation lowering the molar mass that can be detected by using the, as Pak Agus said previously, using the gel permeable chromatography. Yeah. And mostly the polymer fragmentation enzyme will involve in this kind of the process. And here is some example of the extracellular depolymerizing enzyme, which belonging to oxidoreductase and the hydrolysis. For an example, the hydrolysis includes also esterases, lipases, proteinases synthesized by the microorganism to hydrolyze the polymer by attacking the specially carboxylic linkage. And most of the research report said that the biodegradation polymer are followed by the beta oxidation. When the electrons are released from the substrate material and then to absorb the energy available through the oxidation processes, the electron move through the respiration route via the Fisheries compound of the terminal electron acceptor, which are oxygen for the aerobic bacteria, and for anaerobic bacteria it can be nitrate, sulfate, and so on. Yeah, the electron acceptor, final electron acceptor. But in aerobic degradation, obviously, is the typical more efficient compared to the anaerobic condition. This mechanism reflects the action of the bioremediation and assimilation process for the carbon mobility from the plastic can be estimated by the production of the metabolites such as the carbon dioxide production that we call mineralization, or the development of the microbial biomass. And mineralization itself is defined as the conversion of the biomass to the gaseous form, water, salt, mineral, or residual biomass. And mineralization is complete when all the solid carbon are converted to the carbon dioxide and water. And in some in some cases, the methane that resulting from the aerobic or anaerobic degradation process. Even biodegradation process is promising, but it is very time-consuming process. So we need to accelerate how biodegradation process through genetic engineering processes in order to produce more enzymes that accelerating the biodegradation effectiveness and efficiency. Then when talk about the enzyme, there is a gene that involving in the degradation. Almost, for example, here they commonly use the polyethylene terephthalate plastic that has been reported from the few bacteria, actinomyces, yeast, and also fungi. Yeah? The gene encoding enzyme for the different species like Bacillus, and also thermobifida species are reported to mainly belong to the class hydrolysis, and where some of them are named based on their substrate. For example, it will be called phytase when the substance is the polyethylene terephthalate, or HNBTS ester. Cutinase are also major reported enzyme that acts for the degradation in the plastic. And here are some example. For example, BS NOS gene it reflects the BS is mean Bacillus subtilis, and NOS reflects the nitric oxide synthesis. And another example of the gene involved in the biodegradable process, of course. And the two specific enzymes for polyethylene terephthalate hydrolase, which is the phytase and MHTase, have been identified for the exam from the strain Eudernella sapiensis or the strain. And previous study of the phytase gene have been carried out, but to further define the degradation, the enzyme MHTT are also needed. Thus, recombining the gene are made to increase the effectiveness of the enzyme in degrading the polyethylene itself. In the case of the petaser, the identified gene, for example, here the PSB1K, K3, PSB1, C3, etc., are inserted to the suitable factor to produce the recombinant DNA molecule. And then the factor acts as the vehicle that transports the gene into the host cell, usually Escherichia coli, which can grow with a short generation time and to multiply, then can producing the numeral identical copies, but not and can also produce the enzyme, the interest enzyme. When the host cell divide, the copy of the recombinant DNA molecule are passed to the progeny, and further factor replicate take place. Yeah. After the large number of the cell division, of course, we expect that the E. coli can produce the more peptides to accelerate the plastic degradation. And surprisingly, in Indonesia, few studies have been conducted in Indonesia. I think through my searching on Google and from the Science Direct platform since 2015, Indonesian scientists few studies conducted. Since 2015, Indonesia has been blamed as the second polluter plastic in the world in the marine environment, and we acknowledge the plastic pollution study just starting from 2015, yeah, and there is the limit on the study. The study is limited to the occurrence, fate, and also the impact on the ecosystem, and several mitigation measures through national action on plastic combating to reduce the 55% in the 2035 has been declared also and initiated. However, to solve this problem, the biomedical development is still endeavor. This table shows the entire work that has been done in Indonesia regarding to the plastic bioremediation, and mostly provide no significant insight on the development of the study. But of course, the efforts should be appreciated, and this is time for us to develop the plastic biomedicine field study. And in conclusion, there is still a lack of the technological and real-time application in this microbial process in the environment. The breakdown of the polymer chains that can help the acceleration of the biological process also need to be developed in study, and there is a challenge for Indonesian scientists to involve and to develop this potential field of study. For instance, plastic bioremediation of the ecosystem, nature of plastic polymer require chemical and physical additional treatment, maybe, yeah, and possible application of genomic, proteomic, metabolomic, etc., and synthetical microbial community. So we can learn, we can study the cell-cell interaction, microbial consortium, molecular interaction, etc. That would make the plastic bioremediation process more efficient. And also the last is the detection method for the analysis of the metabolite produced during the degradation, determine the efficiency of the acting microbial candidate. I think thanks for your attention. And now I give back the floor to the chairperson. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih Pak Damar. The conclusion from Pak Damar will be plastic waste and increased public awareness. Plastic can be degraded by biodeterioration, and plastics degrade in the environment by photodegradation, thermooxidative degradation, hydrolytic degradation, and biodegradation by microorganisms. And a few studies have been conducted in Indonesia. And now we are moving to our session. Next session is question and answers. First is from Selvi Rosiati to Pak Haryono. The question is, how long will the LIPI's biodegradable plastics last before damaged by use? And how effective is it to use in everyday life among general public? For example, sellers, traders, and how about its distribution? Is it commercially available? Silakan, Pak.
Thank you, Ibu Sylvie, for the question. Actually, the research and development of bioplastic carried out in LIPI is not commercially available until now, but we are proceed to this step with our cooperation company. And how long the degradation period for the plastic, bioplastic, it depends on the type of bioplastic. For example, bioplastic that comes from starch, it can be degraded around 1 until 2 months, completely degraded into small pieces of the plastic. But if the type of plastic like polylactic acid, it takes more long times, around two years for degraded into small pieces of plastic. Therefore, the polylactic acid is classified as non-biodegradable plastic by standard in European Union and United States of America. And how effective the second question is how effective the bioplastic compared with the conventional plastic. If you look the performance of the bioplastic compared with the conventional plastics, it's still low, still lower compared with the conventional plastic. For example, for in the mechanical properties, and also in the modulus elasticity of the biodegradable plastic is lower compared with the conventional plastic. And therefore we have to look for special application for each type of bioplastic. Thank you.
Terima kasih Pak Agus Reno. Barangkali ada pertanyaan bisa raise hand atau kirim ke chat box.
Mr. Bagus, can I ask something?
Ya, silakan, Mbak.
Okay. My question is addressed to Pak Dr. Agus. Thank you, Pak, for your presentation. It's very inspiring. I'm interested in your presentation about the biodegradable plastic from fossil fuel, specifically for the bone implant. This year, our research center also developed a method to synthesize the hydroxyapatite from crab and muscle cells. And we all also know that hydroxyapatite is also known as the substance for make a bone graft. Do you think these two substances can be formulated together to make a good, available, and what is it possible to replace the old formulation of the bone graft? If yes, maybe we can talk much more later on to do some collaborative research. Thank you, Pak Agus. Thank you, Pak Bagus.
Thank you. Yes, polyhydroxyapatite is very quite promising new polymer material as the material for bone implant as well as the implant for teeth. And some of our researchers also doing research on that. And I'm very happy if you can contact me and we can do some collaborative research between LIPI and your organization. I will share my phone number in the chat room. You can contact me later on. Thank you.
That will be great. Thank you, Pak Agus.
Terima kasih Pak Agus. Next question is more a general question, maybe to both of you, Pak Agung and Pak Agus. The question is from Kiki Andrean from the University of Riau. What kind of research have you both done in your institution about microplastic and plastic pollution in general? And what is the implication and what is your general perception about the research? I mean, is it a very advanced research or? Thank you.
Maybe Pak Agung first.
Silakan Pak Agung.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Bagus and Pak. Ini Kiki from Riau University, ya. If I catch the question, actually, in our institution, not only in our institution, I think in Indonesia, the study on plastic is now just limited to the distribution of the plastic waste, macroplastic, and also macroplastic and microplastic. Okay, the occurrence in the different environmental matrices, in water, in the sediment, in the soil, also in the living biota. The study is conducted in these two fields, yeah. And another study is also dedicated to understand impact of the plastic waste or microplastic on the biota. I think during the last 6 years, the study conducted in Indonesia is more or less related with the occurrence, phase, and also the impact of the plastic and microplastic in the environment. And I think that in 2015, the colleague from UIN, tried to isolate the bacteria that living in the dumping area, in the TPA, tempat penampungan akhir sampah. They successful isolate, I think 33 isolate bacteria that can living in the open dumping site. So, and after we try to conduct the research and bioremediation of the plastic. for instance, in our university also in Umbra, we're just starting to work with the microplastic bioremediation. And now in LIPI and also KKP, they are already working with the bioplastic and biopolymer. So in terms of the plastic research development, I think we are in this situation. And the implication is, of course, as a scientist, we have the responsibility to answer the question, to try to find the problem, to solve the problem. So because since 2015, Janet Jamek informed us that Indonesia is the second importer of plastic in marine environment. So everybody start to surprise, and the scientists try to work, because in Europe and in the United States, I think the study on the microplastic is already starting from 2005. I think they have already work on the plastic problem, but Indonesia is coming laterally, 10 to 15 years later. So now we are here to as a response for the situation, and we try to do our best to with the different field of study, of course, but related with the plastic. Some work with the occurrence rate and the impact, in order to try to find the alternative solution by using biopolymer, for instance, and another way try to find another solution by mitigating or adapting the problem of the plastic. For instance, for the bioremediation. Okay, maybe from me is enough.
Makasih. Silakan Pak Haryono.
Thank you for the question. As we understood that our government, President Jokowi, have very ambitious target on how to decrease the number of plastic pollution in the ocean. Yeah. As we know, after Jena Jambek published her publication that Indonesia is number 2 polluter countries in the world, our President Jokowi said that we have to decrease until 70% of plastic pollution until 2025. And that's why LIPI has the task to measure the number of plastic that go to the ocean every year. And last December, we have presentation in the Ministry of Investment and Marine Affairs, and that time we declared that the number of plastic pollution in Indonesia is 2.9 million ton per year, and we have to decrease until 70% of that number. And that's why we have to measure every year. And the method of the methodology of LIPI is using the stranded bits method, and we have to collaborate with World Bank to optimize because World Bank have different methodology to obtain the data, and LIPI also have different methodology to achieve the data, and then we have to collaborate with the World Bank to have optimize the data. And the other research on microplastic, LIPI together with Universitas Hasanuddin together to measure the percentage of the ocean fish that contain microplastic. And at that time, we have the data that more than 60% of fish in 12 area in Indonesia is contain microplastic. And then we'd like to analyze the microplastic, what kind of chemical content in the microplastic, and goes to the body of fish. And the third is about the biodegradable plastic. I think we have to understand that biodegradable plastic is not the only the one answer to make the solution of the microplastic problem, because if the Indonesian people still throw the biodegradable plastic in the river, in the water bodies, and then we still have a pollution problem in the ocean. Thank you.
Terima kasih, Pak. The next question is from Pak Ahmad Agung Budiono to Pak Agung. Considering Indonesia's waters are quite extensive, what do you think about cleaning it up? And where and how do we start? And the next question is to Pak Agus. The question is from Parsa Nayara. I'm not sure whether it's he or she. How to solve the problem of low tensile strength of biodegradable plastics? And the second one for Pak Agung, it's from Al-Amin Pelitbangda Kepulauan Selayar. Adakah mekanisme kerjasama LIPI dengan Pemda terkait untuk penanganan sampah plastik? Thank you. Pak Agung first, maybe.
Thank you, Pak Bagus. Pak Agung, Pak Agung, very good question. You talk about the clean up, where and how we do, yeah. I think I will talk about more general. I think the problem plastic by design is a product which very environmental friendly, designing by designing as the product environmental friendly. Why? Because we can recycling them. But the problem is the public understanding. So the most important thing for us is now to increase the public awareness about how to use the plastic itself. Because if you use the plastic with the good awareness, with the good understanding, I think we can reduce the potential problem due to the plastic itself. So the education is very important to be one of the Soko Guru. I mean, the most important thing is how to educate the people to good manage their plastic use. And after, we need also to ensure there is a regulation that control and regulate all the manner related with the plastic. So we have already, but the problem is the law enforcement. So the regulation and law enforcement should be fit and have a good action for that. And the third, we need also the good infrastructure. What I mean by this is, for example, if you want to manage the plastic waste, so we have to manage from our household first. I mean, for example, we have to separate all the waste from the household. The plastic will be separated with another waste. So, but it needs some infrastructure model. So, I mean, when you throw the plastic, each day there is some truck that can take the plastic, etc. And the plastic itself can be reused or recycled laterally. So, the infrastructure is very important also to do that. But now, all the three kinds has already passed away. So the plastic is already in our environment, in our marine environment, in anywhere. So we need to clean up, to make a clean up in the environment. Many things, of course, we can do from our environment. Yeah, in our family, for example, we try to educate, try to control our waste, yeah, to minimize the plastic waste and to good handle the plastic. And when we talk about the cleanup, we have already many actions have been done during the 3 past years. Yeah, for example, what I know is there is a World Cleanup Day in September every day, every year. They collect all the garbage and waste from the coastal area. And for instance, in our province, in Riau Island province, during the three last years, World Clean Up Day has successfully collect many garbage and waste from our coastal. 2 years ago, I remember that we can collect 63 tons only during the one day. And imagine that even one day, maybe we just work during the 3 or 4 hours. So we put 63 tons of plastic in all area in the Riau Island province. So it's many. And now after that, how we can do? So there is so many way to treat this kind of the problem. For example, incineration is also one of the incinerator is also one of the options. But now we talk about the bioremediation. Don't imagine the bioremediation can solve the problem of the use of plastic in the, I mean the macroplastic, something like that. Maybe we need 100 years, something like that. But if we can manage all the big plastic through, for example, incinerated them, and we have the first speaker informed us that in the seafloor we have already 14 million of the microplastic, and microplastic is difficult to be collected. So this is the role of the marine bioremediation can be more effective to handle all the microplastic that's already in the environment actually. So I think so that's why the development on the marine plastic bioremediation should be forced and developed rapidly so we can solve the problem of the microplastic, not the big plastic. Yeah, the macroplastic should be treated by reuse, recycle, maybe burning, improve the incinerator. But the microplastic you cannot collect it. So let's let the bacteria or any microorganism work it. So Pak Agung, we have to work from our surrounding environment, our household, our family, our campus, our institution, etc. Pak Bagus, I think for me.
Thank you Pak Agung. Silakan Pak Agus Haryono.
Thank you for the first question from Arsana Yara. What is the methodology to more higher tensile strength of the bioplastic? There are two methodology. The first one is with the methodology of the formulation of the additive. So we can choose the suitable additives like plasticizer or stabilizer in the formulation of the bioplastic. So then we can increase the number of tensile strength. And the second method is with the composition of biocomposite with a blend with the other polymer like polylactic acid, polyvinyl alcohol. Both of them is sometimes classified as the biodegradable polymer, so that this polymer has higher tensile strength. If we then combine two kind of polymers, one is polylactic acid or polyvinyl alcohol, the other polymer is carrageenan or agar from seaweed, then we can increase the number of tensile strength. The second question is, how is the mechanism for get the collaboration between local government with LIPI? The first one is you have to contact someone in LIPI. I think the most appropriate is you can contact our Biro Kerjasama Hukum dan Humas LIPI, Biro for Cooperation, Legal and Public relation in LIPI, and then you can discuss with them what kind of requests, what kind of problem that you want to collaborate with LIPI, and then our bureau can appoint what kind of the research center that can help you. For example, you want to make collaboration in social science like population, society, and culture. We have research center for population, research center for society and culture. If the problem in your local government is the mismanagement of waste, of that the number of plastic pollution in your local is quite higher, and also you can make collaboration with research center for oceanography, research center for deep sea that doing research also in area of marine plastics, and also you can also make collaboration with the research center for appropriate technology in LIPI that develop simple technology that can be applied by local government. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih Pak Agung dan Pak Agus. Maybe this one is the last question for Pak Agung from Kadek Sunarta and Ratih. Would you mind explain to us the potential of bacterial genetic engineering in Indonesia, both for bioremediation or for bioplastic synthesis, and also for biodegradation of regular plastics? Silakan Pak Agung.
Yes, thank you very much, Bu Rati. If you don't use the biomolecular approach to accelerate the degradation process, it will take time, because naturally bacteria will try to use the carbon from the plastic polymer for their development. This is naturally. We don't do anything, they will work by itself. But it takes time. So the scientists found that the process is helped by the enzyme that we call petase, for example. But there is so many enzymes also, of course, but the most speaking up to date is the petase. And after petase is found, so we can easily understand that which genes that involve the production of the petase. So there is so many genes that the scientists think it is the responsible gene. So through the routine technique in biomolecular approach, of course, we can make some cloning of the gene and insert it to the plasmid of the bacteria that often we use E. coli, Escherichia coli, because they can develop rapidly. I think it's about 4 minutes. Each 4 minutes or 10 minutes, they will be divided into 2 and into 4, etc. Another bacteria may take more longer than this bacteria. So that's why E. coli is used as the vector for the gene insertion. This is not still developed, of course, but this is the challenge for us. If we can produce petase from the E. coli, and then this petase can be used to help or to accelerate the degradation of the plastic by the bacteria. I think this is the challenge. So, and I think as the scientists, we are engaged and to develop this kind of the research, because I say early that biodegradation of the plastic not to solve the macroplastic, because it takes time. But actually, we have already many or quantity of the microplastic, between less than 1/1,000,000 centimeter. So this is very important to help our environment to recover by using the bioremediation that can be helped by using the addition of the enzyme that can help to accelerate biodegradation in the environment. Itu Pak Bagus.
Baik. Oke, terima kasih. And I think we have reached our time. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our office, may I thank you very much for your participation in this conference. I hope you enjoy the program. Be safe, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu sekalian, khususnya untuk Pak Agus Haryono dan Pak Agung Sakti. Mudah-mudahan insya Allah kita bisa bertemu lagi di konferensi yang lain. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya kembalikan ke panitia.
Thank you very much, Pak Bagus, Pak Agus.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to all keynote speakers, Dr. Denise Hardesti, Dr. Agus Haryono, and Professor Agung Damar Shakti for the insightful presentation, and Pak Bagus Hendrajana as the moderator for the lively session. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next session, I would like to ask all participants to turn on their video because we are going to take a group photo together. So please turn on your video and give me your sweetest smile and base pose. I'm going to count for the first page. 3, 2, 1, cheers. All right. Move to the next page. Maybe we have like 6 pages, so be patient. The next page is John. Okay, next page. Done? For those who aren't yet to turn on their video, you can turn on your video now. Okay, done. Are we done, photographer, or should we take another shot? Done? Okay, I think we're good here. Thank you very much, everyone. And once again, thank you very much for all the keynote speakers for today's presentation. We are very grateful to have you all here today. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will be held in parallel. We have 3 different topics: food safety and environment, fisheries product processing, and marine biotechnology. Please join one topic of your choice by clicking the breakout room option on the bottom part of your screen. Click join next to the breakout room you wish to participate in, and then confirm by clicking join again. For participant who wants to join food safety and environment room, please stay in the main session. For participants who cannot join the preference classroom, please fill in the Google format that's shared via Zoom, and admin will provide help for you. Jadi Bapak Ibu, untuk sesi selanjutnya akan dilakukan secara paralel. Ada 3 sesi, yaitu Food Safety and Environment, Fisheries Product Processing, dan Marine Biotechnology. Bapak Ibu dapat memilih satu di antara ketiga sesi itu dan bergabung dengan sesi dengan cara menekan breakout room di bagian bawah Zoom application Bapak Ibu semua. Untuk Bapak Ibu yang ingin bergabung di kelas Food Safety and Environment, tolong untuk tetap tinggal di room utama. Namun untuk Bapak Ibu ketahui, sesi ini baru akan kita lakukan nanti Bapak Ibu setelah break makan siang. The next session itu will start at 1 p.m. jam 1 siang nanti. So for now on, we are going to take a break and we're going to see you again at 1 p.m. Jakarta time. Should you have any question, please feel free to chat the committee through chat room because we're not going to end this Zoom. You can stay in this Zoom application, or if you have to leave, you can rejoin again after. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ibu Kartika, saya izin ya.
Terima kasih Bapak Agung sudah berkenan hadir hari ini secara virtual. Terima kasih banyak.
Oke, bye-bye semuanya.
Bapak Ibu, sekedar informasi untuk sesi paralel nanti, kami juga akan menghadirkan banyak pembicara utama untuk di kelas untuk di sesi Food Safety and Environment. Kami telah mengundang Dr. Katrin Schön, CEO of Wasser 3.0 Germany. Juga ada Bapak Muhammad Yusuf S. Hood, MSI, Director of the Directorate of Coastal and Small Island, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, and Dr. Dwi Yitno, researcher at the RCMF PPB. Untuk sesi Fisheries Product Processing, we have Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Khalid, lecturer at the Faculty of Engineering, University of Indonesia, Professor Muhammad Sapuan Salid, lecturer at the University Putra Malaysia, and Ibu Dina Francisca MSI, researcher at the RSMF PPB. For the Marine Biotechnology session, we have Associate Professor Dr. Maya Shofitri, Head of Agri-Food and Biotechnology Research Center, Institute Technology 10 November. Professor Dr. Ekowati Hasana, Senior Researcher at the RSMF PPB, and Ibu Devi Ambarwati Octavia, STMP, Researcher at the RSMF PPB. So please make a choice and join one of the 3 breakout session. We're going to back again and start the next session at 1 p.m. For now, we will have a break and see you soon at 1 p.m. Thank you very much. Bapak Ibu ada yang kesulitan untuk bergabung? Kita sudah bisa bergabung ke sesi itu sekarang, hanya saja nanti kita akan mengikuti sesinya nanti setelah makan siang.
Kalau makan siangnya bisa ya.
After a long, long while, I love again. You said hello, and I turned to go, but something in your eyes my heart beating so. I just knew that I'd love again. After a long, long while, I'd love again. It was destiny's game. When love finally came on, I rushed in line only to find that you were gone. Wherever you are, I
Life is a short trip, the music's for the sad man. Can you imagine when this race is won? Turn our golden faces into the sun, praising our leaders, we're getting in tune. The music's played by the madman. Forever young, I want to be.
so. I just knew that I'd love again. After a long, long while, I'd love again. It was destiny's game, for when love finally came on, I rushed in line only to find that you were gone. Wherever you are, I fear that I might have lost you forever, like a song in the night. Now that I've loved when love finally came on, I rushed in line only to find that you were gone. Beautiful girl, I'll search on for you till all of your loveliness in my arms come true. You've made me love again after a long, long while, in love again, and I'm glad that it's you. Beautiful girl.
Let's dance in style, let's dance for a while. Heaven can wait, we're only watching the skies. Hoping for the best, but expecting the worst. Are you gonna drop the bomb or not? Let us die young or let us live forever. We don't have the power, but we never say never. Sitting in a sandpit, life is a short trip. The music's for the sad man. Can you imagine when this race is won? Turn our golden faces into the sun. Praising our leaders, we're getting in tune. The music's played by the madman. Forever young, I want to be forever young. Do you really want to live forever? Forever, never. Forever young, I want to be forever young. Do you really want to live forever? Forever young. Some are like water, some are like the heat. Some are a melody and some are the beat. Sooner or later they all will be gone. Why don't they stay young? It's so hard to get old without a cause. I don't want to perish like a fleeing horse. Used like diamonds in the sun, and diamonds are forever. So many adventures couldn't happen today. So many songs we forgot to play. So many dreams swinging out of the blue. But let them come true. needs a little time away. I heard her say from each other. Even lovers need a holiday. Far away from each other. Hold me now. It's hard for me to say I'm sorry. I just want you to stay. After all that we've been through, I will make it up to you. I promise to. And after all that's been said and done, you're just a part of me I can't let go. Couldn't stand to be kept away just for the day from your body. Wouldn't wanna be swept away, far away from the one that I love. Oh no, it's hard for me to say I'm sorry. I just want you to know. Hold me now. I really wanna tell you I'm sorry. I could never let you go. After all that we've been through, I will make it up to you. I promise to. And after all that's been said and done, you're just a part of me I can't let go. After all that we've been through, I will make it up to you. I promise to. You're gonna be the lucky one. You touched my life with your softness in the night. My wish was your command until you ran out of love. I tell myself I'm free. Got the chance of living just for me. No need to hurry home. Now that you're gone, pretend. Wear a smile to fool my dearest friend. I wonder if they know it's just a show. I'm on a stage, day and night. I go through my charades, but how can I disguise what's in my eyes? Life cuts like a knife. How will I ever heal? I'm so deeply wounded. Life cuts like a knife. You cut away the heart of my life. I've tried and tried, locking up the pain I feel inside, the pain of wanting you, wanting you. It's like a knife. How will I ever heal? I'm so deeply wounded. Life cuts like a knife. How will I ever heal? I'm so deeply wounded. You cut away the heart of my love.
Lady, I'm your knight in shining armor, and I love you. You have made me what I am, and I am yours. And my love, there's so many ways I want to say I love you. Let me hold you in my arms forevermore. You have gone and made me such a fool, and I'm so lost in your love. And whoa, we belong together. Won't you believe in my song? Lady, for so many years I thought I'd never find you. You have come into my life and made me whole. Forever, let me wake to see you each and every morning. Let me hear you whisper softly in my ear. In my eyes, I see no one else but you. There's no other love like our love. And yes, oh yes, I'll always want you near me. I've waited for you for so long. And lady, your love's the only love I need. And beside me is where I want you to be. 'Cause my love, there's something I want you to know. You're the love of my life. You're my lady.
If I had to live my life without you near me, the days would all be empty. The nights would seem so long. With you I see forever oh so clearly. I might have been in love before, but it never felt this strong. Our dreams are young and we both know they'll take us where we want to go. Hold me now, touch me now. I don't want to live without you. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. One thing you can be sure of, I'll never ask for more than your love. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. The world may change my whole life through, but nothing's gonna change my love for you. If the road ahead is not so easy, our love will lead the way for us. Like a guiding star, I'll be there for you if you should need me. You don't have to change a thing. I love you just the way you are. So come with me and share the view. I'll help you see forever too. Hold me now, touch me now. I don't want to live without you. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. One thing you can be sure of, I'll never ask for more than your love. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. The world may change my whole life through,
by your side. And if you receive your calling before I awake, could I make it through the night? Cherish the love we have, yeah. Cherish the life we live, baby, yeah. Cherish the love, cherish the love, yes I do. Cherish the love, oh, this love. Cherish the love, let's cherish every moment we have together. Hand in hand, you and I. Cherish the love, baby. Cherish the
I was as wrong as I could be to let you get away from me. I'll regret that move for as long as I'm living. But now that I've come to see the light, all I wanna do is make things right. So just say the word and tell me that I'm forgiven. You and me, we're gonna be better than we were before. Loved you then, but now I intend to open up and love you even more. This time you can be sure I'm never gonna let you go. I'm gonna hold you in my arms forever. Gonna try and make up for the times I hurt you so. Gonna hold your body close to mine. From this day on we're gonna be together. Oh, I swear this time I'm never gonna let you go.
Looking back now, it seems so clear. I had it all when you were here. Oh, you gave it all, and I took it for granted.
But if there's some feeling left in you, some flicker of love that still shines through, let's talk it out. Let's talk about second chances.
Wait and see, it's gonna be sweeter than it was before. I gave some then, but now I intend to dedicate myself to giving more. This time you can be sure I'm never gonna let you go. I'm gonna hold you in my arms forever. Gonna try and make up for the times I hurt you so. Gonna hold your body close to mine. From this day on we're gonna be together. Oh, I swear this You think that I can't live without your love. You'll see. You think I can't go on another day. You think I have nothing without you by my side. You'll see somehow, some way. You think that I can never laugh again. You'll see. You think that you've destroyed my faith in love. You think after all you've done, I'll never find my way back home. You'll see somehow, someday. All by myself, I don't need anyone at all. I know I'll survive. I know I'll stay alive. All on my own. I don't need anyone this time. It will be mine. No one can take it from me. You'll see. You think that you are strong, but you are weak. You'll see. It takes more strength to cry, admit defeat. I have truth on my side. You only have deceit. You'll see somehow, someday. All by myself, I don't need anyone at all. I know I'll survive. I know I'll stay alive. I'll stand on my own. I won't need anyone this time. It will be mine. No one can take it from me. You'll see. You'll see. You'll see. You'll see.
I dream of only you, and it seems you're somewhere around with anything I do.
with everything I do. Leone, Leone, I dream my life away. Make believe you're still around in dreams of yesterday. Leone, all those years I've searched for you, but you never came to end the dream. Leone, overflowing on my mind, like a never-ending stream. Leone, Leone, I dream of only you, and it seems you're somewhere around with anything I do, with everything I do. Leone, Leone, I dream my life away. Make believe you're still around in dreams of yesterday. Leone, I recall the days I spent with you, the little words and things we used to say and do. Leone, I can't get you off my mind, and I wonder
TV on, switch the channels around, but I can't keep my eyes on the screen. I fix myself a drink, walk through the empty room, and I wonder what your leaving has brought me. I found my evenings filled with boredom, night I'm filled with restlessness, and days are dragging on without an end. Yes, I know we've talked it over, we had it all figured out, but it doesn't work that way. I wanna see you now. Now that you are gone, our way of living's always on my mind. Tell me, was it all that bad? Did we have to quit? I can't imagine it was worse than this. I found my evenings filled with boredom, night I'm filled with restlessness, and days are dragging on without an end. Yes, I know we've talked it over, we had it all figured out, but it doesn't work that way. I wanna see you now. 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 Now the night has gone, now the night has gone away. Doesn't seem that long, we hardly had 2 words to say. Hold me in your arms for just another day. I promise this one will go slow. Oh, we have the right, you know. We have the right, you know. Don't say the morning's come, don't say the morning's come so soon. Must we end this way when so much here is hard to lose? Love is everywhere, I know it is. Such moments as this are too few. Oh, it's all up to you. It's all up to you. Here I am, the one that you love, asking for another day. Understand. and stay. Oh, please. They are the words to say, the only words I can believe. Hold me in your arms for just another day. I promise this one will go slow. Oh, we have the right, you know. We have the right, you know. Here I am, the one that you love, asking for another day. Understand, the one that you love loves you in so many ways.
So many nights I'd sit by my window, waiting for someone to sing me his song. So many dreams I kept deep inside me, alone in the dark. But now you've come along, and you light up my life. You give me hope to carry on. You light up my days and fill my nights with song. Rolling at sea, adrift on the water. Could it be finally I'm turning for home? Finally a chance to say, hey, I love you. Never again to be all alone, 'cause you light up my life. You give me hope to carry on. You light up my days and fill my nights with song. 'Cause you light up my life. You give me hope to carry on. You light up my days and fill my night with song. It can't be wrong when it feels so right, 'cause you light up my
not a moment too soon.
Check, check. Can we start the session now?
Sure.
So everyone can hear my voice.
Ya, kurang keras tapi.
Cek, cek. Kurang?
Mungkin kalau Inta deketan kedengaran jelas kali ya.
Segini cukup?
Cukup, kadang-kadang pakai headset malah nggak keras itu.
Kalau nggak pakai headset malah nggak kedengaran.
Oke, bukannya lebih keras?
Enggak, malah nggak kedengaran. Tapi bisa didengar ya?
Bisa, bisa.
Yang share screen dari tim teknis sudah dimulai. Oke, saya bacain ini dulu aja. Good afternoon and welcome back to the speakers and all participants of the International Conference on Marine and Fisheries Product Processing and Biotechnology. Thank you for staying with us. And now we will continue our session with topics that focus on marine microplastic in relation to food safety and environment. My name is Novalia Rahmawati and I'm your moderator for this session. We will have 3 invited speakers this afternoon, Dr. Katrin Schoon, Bapak Muhammad Yusuf MSc or Bapak Heri Gunawan Daulay SPMM, and Bapak Dr. Dwi Yitno, who will share their expertise and experience in research and other activities related to reducing microplastic waste in marine environment. We have approximately 90 minutes in total, so hopefully we will have 20 to 25 minute presentation from each speaker, and by the end we will have 15 minutes or more for Q&A session. I encourage participants to ask questions. You could either write your question in the chat room, or you could also use a raise hand menu somewhere below your monitor. And when you ask a question, please mention your name, your institution, and to whom your question is directed. We will select 2 to 3 questions to be asked to each presenter, and there will be prize for the best question. So please ask questions. And for all participants, the e-certificate can be obtained after you fill out the present form, and we will share this form around 15 minutes before the end of the conference. All right, let's start with the first presentation from Dr. Katrin Schoon. Dr. Schoon is the founder of Wasser 3.0. She has completed her education from the University of Heidelberg, Germany, and she has been involved in research and developing activities on application-based and sustainable solutions for the removal of microplastic and micropollutants from waters. Due to different time zones between Germany and Indonesia, Dr. Schoon has kindly recorded her presentation for our convenience, but later she will join us in the discussion session. So I think now we can hear the presentation from Dr. Schoon. Perhaps the technical team can help me with sharing the presentation.
Hello, my name is Dr. Katrin Schoon. I'm the inventor, founder and CEO of Wasser 3.0, and I'm very happy to be here with you virtually and later on in a live discussion to present our research activities in the field of microplastics. My talk is about microplastics as a global environmental problem, and the talk will be divided into three main parts. I will do the introduction into the field of microplastics and in the field of detect, and then I will hand over to Michael Sturm. He's a PhD student in my group. He's doing detect and remove strategies in the field of research and development, and he will show you the latest results from our lab and pilot trials. And in the end, after this digital conversation, I will be available for a short discussion about our issues. Detecting and permanently removing microplastics and micropollutants in and from waters presents science and industry with enormous challenges. Wasser 3.0 started in 2012 as an university project with the aim of addressing the increasing global and highly complex problem of water pollution caused by microplastics and micropollutants with sustainable and simple solutions. From the very beginning, we addressed material and process engineering challenges together with resource and cost efficiency as an overall circular economy approach. To address the bigger picture of water pollution with microplastics and micropollutants and taking into consideration political, economic, social and ecological aspects, we set our focus not only on science and technology, but also on socio-political education and training projects. Our circular economy strategy for water treatment is set on three pillars: detect, remove, and reuse. And I will share with you today results from the detect and remove side. Microplastics are one of the most complex environmental problems of today. Nowadays, microplastic particles from direct or indirect entry paths with a size smaller than 5 mm can be found in all parts of the aquatic and additionally in terrestrial environments and in the air. However, microplastics only occupy a small part of the totality of all anthropogenic polymers in the environment, but are increasingly being perceived as a visible global environmental problem. In 2010 alone, the amount of plastic waste discharged into the oceans was estimated at up to 12.7 million tons due to ultraviolet radiation, oxidation and mechanical forces. Plastic items break down into increasingly smaller microplastic fragments below 5 mm in diameter. These are then located in the water column, sink to the bottom, or are distributed over long distances by air and land. In order to derive concrete binding guidelines on the political level, a comprehensive knowledge of the behavior of microplastics in the environment is necessary. For polymer particles reaching a size smaller than 5 mm, it is not only the individual untreated polymer particle that makes up the environmental problem. It is more the large amount and additionally the many different additives and processing processes. The additives, in particular, have properties that are harmful to the environment and human health, so that in addition to the highly variability in densities, sizes, shapes, crystallinity, and chemical and morphological properties, in particular, the matrix property of the polymers can pose a risk to the environment. Therefore, microplastics are classified as a persistent organic pollutant. Now it's time to dig a little bit deeper in the research areas of Wasser 3.0, and I'm very happy that I can share with you the latest results from the lab. Michael Sturm is doing very nice research on fluorescent dyes, and he will present his latest results directly here in this conference. And now I will hand over to him to show the presentation.
Hello and welcome to my presentation, The Potential of Fluorescence Dyes, Comparative Study of Nile Red and 3 Derivatives for the Detection of Microplastics. My name is Michael Sturm. I'm environmental scientist and PhD student at the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, and this is a joint project together with ABCR, a chemical company, and Wasser 3.0, a company for new water treatment technologies. Since microplastic became a big topic in environmental science, also a lot of research has been going on in microplastic detection. Nevertheless, all methods for reliable microplastic detection are still really time-consuming and need expensive devices and also really well-trained people who use these methods because the devices are quite complicated to use. Fluorescence staining using Nile red has turned out to be a cheap and easy applicable method for microplastic detection, as the only necessity is a fluorescence imaging tool, for example a fluorescence microscope. Nile red stains microplastics selectively, which then close under the fluorescence imaging tool and can be more easily detected. Nevertheless, it has a risk of failed positives by natural particles which can also glow under the fluorescence imaging tool. Therefore, we tried to improve the selectivity of Nile red by modifying it chemically, and we investigated the fluorescence properties towards different polymers and natural particles. So in our experiments, we tested the normal Nile red with ethyl groups, and then also 3 modified Nile reds with propionic acid group, N-hexyl group, and ethyl-hexyl group. And we wanted to see how this chemical modification changed the behavior towards 5 polymer particles, or 5 different polymers, and 3 types of natural particles. And therefore we dyed the particles mainly using water because it turned out to be the best solution, also testing different pH values. And afterwards, we took front face fluorescence spectra of the dyed particles to analyze 3D spectra and choose the best combination. So in the beginning of our study, we wanted to check the effect of different solvents on the fluorescence properties of dyed particles. Therefore, we dyed polyethylene and polyamide with different solvents. Water as polar solvent, acetone as intermediate polar solvent, and hexane as unpolar solvent. And here on the left side, with the absolute emission intensities, you can see that here water in blue always shows the best emission intensities. On the right side, you can see the normalized spectra, and especially here at polyamide, you can see that the choice of the solvent is causing a solvatochromic shift of the emission towards higher wavelengths with increasing polarity of the solvent. At polyethylene, it's also visible, but not as strong as at polyamide, which might be due to higher swelling for polyamide with the solvent. The swelling of the solvents can change the polarity of the microplastic particles itself and therefore cause the solvatochromic shift, or it can also transport the Nile red into the polymeric network of the particle and therefore cause stronger interaction and also stronger shifts. But these findings were quite interesting, as it shows by choosing different solvents you can influence the fluorescence properties of the dyed particles. In the next step, we took the 3D emission spectra of our different particles dyed with the different Nile red derivatives at different pH values, and then transformed them to 2D spectra fitting to our available fluorescence filter sets for our fluorescence imaging tool to choose the best options for fluorescence imaging and detecting microplastics. As this analysis is quite complicated, who is more interested in the details can read it in our paper, which will be released soon. but the analysis turned out that Nile-red and Nile-red-3, which is the derivative with the ethylhexyl group, combined with water and acidic pH, leads to the best fluorescence properties to select between natural particles and polymers. Additionally, we needed to use the green fluorescence filter, which gave us the best selectivity, but it's to mention that maybe yellow fluorescence would also be suited, but it was not available in our setup. Potentially, custom-made filters could be even better suited to differentiate between microplastics and natural particles. So if anyone wants to make a custom-made filter and needs our data, you can feel free to contact us. For green fluorescence, we get really good signals for polyethylene and polypropylene, and also for polyamide and polyester. Only the really highly polar polyvinyl chloride gets lost because of its high solvatochromic shift. Wood is also not seen for green, and chalk also not. Only chitin is a problem, but chitin can be the chitin problem can be solved by applying a hydrogen peroxide treatment, or for really strong chitin-containing samples also by applying chitinase. For orange and red fluorescence, we lose the signal for polyethylene and polypropylene, the two most common polymers, and also we see stronger signals for the natural particles. Therefore, it is not suited for application. Finally, we applied our method for sea salt samples to check if it really will work in real samples, and it showed that you can see, for example in this picture, really good which particles are glowing and which are not, and therefore differentiate between microplastics and natural particles. In some cases, like here or here, you have intermediate strength, and therefore it's difficult to differentiate if it's natural or microplastic. So the method is really not 100% accurate, but it's fast and easy to apply, and a good method for a fast estimation of a level of microplastics contamination. As in most cases, it is pretty clearly visible which particles are glowing and which not. Additionally, you can use automated image processing with defined thresholds to differentiate between natural particles and microplastics. Finally, I want to thank all partners which made this project possible, and I want to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Michael, for this great overview about the research approach in the field of detection at Wasser 3.0. Now I would come to our second part. This is the removal of microplastics from various waters, and I would like to give you a short introduction before I hand over to Michael to the second presentation about our latest lab results. Wastewater treatment plants are reported as a main source of microplastics into the environment. For nanoplastics in wastewater, only theoretical calculations are actually discussed in literature due to the lack of reproducible detection method. The application of advanced wastewater treatment technologies is mandatory to remove microplastics more effective from the wastewater and avoid effluent contamination by plastics. Thus, technological approaches for the removal of microplastics are mainly tested in wastewater treatment plants. Other fields of application could be industrial facilities, stormwater runoff, road runoff, and water-using processes as seawater desalination, sea salt production, or aquaculture. Most solutions up to date focus on state-of-the-art technologies and its application as a microplastic removal system. Nowadays, 95 to 99.9% of microplastics is retained from wastewater treatment plants, but microplastics with a size smaller than 20 micron and nanoplastics are not retained. Various technologies are available for the reduction of the particles, not only for wastewater treatment plant, but additionally for every other water-using process. In most of the cases, they are not specified to microplastics and nanoplastics removal. Despite the innovative technological approach to reduce particles by agglomeration fixation, highlighted here in a red, all technological solutions are based on trying to remove particles in their original size and in their original habit. None of these methods have so far been analyzed with regard to the removal efficiency compared to variable polymer densities. No method has been operated using a standardized analytical evaluation method for determining the removal efficiency of microplastics. Now it's time for a game changer, and I'm very happy to share some R&D insights from Michael's work on organosilane and potentials for microplastic removal. The stage is yours, Michael.
Hello and welcome to my presentation, Removal of Microplastics from Waters Using Organosilanes, Comparison of Environmental Factors and Polymer Types. My name is Michael Sturm. I'm environmental scientist and PhD student at the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, and this is a joint project with APCR, a chemical company from Germany, and Wasser 3.0, a company for new water treatment technologies. In our new method, we use organosilanes for the agglomeration of microplastics. So here on the left, you can see free microplastics, which is usually dispersed in water, and then we add special developed organosilanes. The organosilane consists of silica as a core atom and 3 reactive groups and 1 organic group. The organic group attaches to the microplastics and collects it in large agglomerates, and the reactive groups react in a so-called water-induced sol-gel process and form solid bounds. Therefore, they can bind the microplastics chemically in large agglomerates which are easily removable from the water. In our here presented study, we tested the removal of microplastics on lab scale using a gravimetric determination method. We added 100 milligram microplastics and 1 liter water into a beaker and then added 100 microliter organosilane. We let everything steer for 20 minutes for the agglomeration process. Afterwards, we poured everything through a stainless steel sieve with the mesh size of 1 millimeter. So all agglomerates larger than 1 millimeter remained in the stainless steel sieve, while all agglomerates and microplastics smaller than 1 millimeter were flushed through the sieve and remained in a filter, which we weighted afterwards to determine the removal efficiency of the microplastics. The organosilane residues were monitored afterwards using ICP OAS to measure the silica concentration. So what we can see that for the combination of unpolar organosilanes and unpolar polymers, we have a really good removal efficiency, but with increasing polarity of the polymers, the efficiency is decreasing. Like here at the highest polar polymer, polyvinyl chloride, we have the lowest removal efficiencies, but by adapting the organic group of the organosilane with the chlorine group, we increase the polarity and we can increase the efficiency towards polar polymers. The problem is that with this modification, we lose the efficiency towards unpolar polymers, and also a problem is that chlorination has a high potential for ecotoxicological risk. In this graph, we can see the removal efficiency of various organosilanes towards different polymer types. We used polyethylene and polypropylene as non-polar polymer types. We used polyamide and polyester as intermediate polar polymer types, and we used polyvinyl chloride as highly polar polymer types. From the used organosilanes, PEX, N-butyl trichlorosilane and isooctyl trichlorosilane were non-polar, while chloropropyl trichlorosilane is highly polar. But this data shows that the interaction between the chlorosilane and the surface of the microplastic plays a really important role, and by adapting the silanes to certain polymer types, we can strongly increase the efficiency. Additionally, we tested the influence of temperature and water composition on the removal process. Therefore, we tested the 3 different organosilanes in 3 different colors in the graph towards polyethylene and polypropylene. So in the upper graph, we tested the water composition. We used demineralized water, salt water or seawater, and treated municipal wastewater. And we can see for all 3 organosilanes, there is no significant negative impact of the water composition on the removal process. Therefore, it should be easily applicable in these water types. Additionally, we tested towards the different temperatures in the lower graph, and here we tested 7.5 degrees, which can be in natural waters or wastewater in winter months, or also with 40 degrees, which can be easily reached in several industrial processes. And also here we can see that we have no negative impact of the water temperature on the removal process. In the next step of our study, we monitored the organosilane residues in the water after the microplastics removal using ICP OAS and measuring the silica content. And in our data, we can see that in the 3 different water types using N-butyl trichlorosilane and isooctyl trichlorosilanes, we have residues from 46% up to 76%, and therefore we think that these 2 chlorosilanes are not safe for use because we don't want any residues in the water. But PEX showed no detectable residues in the water after the application because all measured values were below the detection limit, so no PEX could be detected in the water. And therefore we think it is safe for use. And because we see a really high potential in this process, we already run our first continuous pilot plant for microplastic removal from water. And this pilot plant can be applied in wastewater treatment, for example, municipal wastewater, but also industrial wastewater, especially industry working with plastics or synthetic textiles, but also in microplastic sensitive seawater using processes such as sea salt extraction or seawater desalination. Additionally, we do further improvements of the process on lab scale, example towards biofilm covered microplastics or towards different polymer types. Finally, I want to thank all partners which made this project possible, and I want to thank you for your attention.
Finally, let's stop on this point with our insights about Wasser 3.0 and our research and education activities. I'm very happy that I could be here for a Q&A session and discussion. And if we do not have the time, I will be available for questions. Just put everything in our contact form on our webpage and get in touch with us. I will be very much looking forward for the discussion and the questions, and for further information, just have a look at our webpage. Thank you very much for taking time. Enjoy, take care, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you. So for question for Dr. Catherine, you can write it down in the chat room, or later during the discussion or question and answer. You could also use the raise hand menu and ask directly to Dr. Catherine. Now, let us move to our second speaker. Our second speaker is Bapak Heri Gunawan Daulay, SPMM, Assistant Director of the Directorate of Coastal and Small Island Management, Directorate General of Marine Spatial Management, Indonesian Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. Bapak Daulay finished his bachelor degree in agriculture socioeconomic from University of Sumatera Utara and master degree from IPB University. Without further ado, I would like to invite Bapak Heri Gunawan Daulay SDMM to give his talk. Yeah, it's ready. Time is yours, Pak. Please. Okay. Thank you very much for the time, Ibu Nova. Can you hear my voice right now? Yep, very clearly. Okay, thank you for the brief introduction about me. We are very sorry about today, especially our director cannot be able to join with us right now. I'm taking his place right now and talking about the microplastic in fisheries and aquaculture. And the tagline is, should we be worried about it? So this is presented, this presentation present on the International Conference on Marine and Fisheries Product Process and Biotechnology, Advanced Biodegradable Plastic Challenges Solution of December 8 to 2020. First, possibly the mini microplastic are on G7 2000. Microplastic have been defined as a small pieces of plastic less than 5 millimeters in size with no lower limit established. And the microplastic present in the marine environment result from the fragmentation of larger plastic debris, or maybe introduced into the water and sediment, and already as micro or nano-sized particles. Also, microplastics show a huge variation in physical and chemical characteristics such as size, shape, and materials. The shapes of microplastic can be found as fibers, as earlier mentioned, like beads and fragments. Was found it in mostly in PE polyethylene, PP or polypropylene, PET, PS, polystyrene, or polyphenol chloride, or we can call it PMMA or polymethyl methacrylate, or nylon, or etc. So as a considerable amount of such a plastic debris comes from a continental source entering the marine environment, mainly through rivers, industrial and urban effluents, and runoff of the beach, sediment, and neighbor fields in this densely populated areas. Next slide. Global plastic production, where do the microplastics come from? So production and use has increased exponentially since 1950s, reaching over 300 in 2050. And market demand for plastic products projected to exceed over the by 2050. Due to that, microplastic originate from a wide range of source and are divided into two main groups. First, the primary microplastic intentionally manufactured to be a particular site, include pellets, powder, and also uh, uh, industrial abrasive. Secondary microplastic result breakdown of larger materials, example like fragmentation of microplastic, example like plastic bags, food packaging, etc. Or microplastic, example like tires during use in the most initially microplastic were derived from abrasion and physical breakdown and originating mainly from the land-based source. More recently, manufacture of plastic at the micro scale have further exer exacerbated environmental and potential risk. First reports of plastic contamination of various size occur as early maybe around I don't know, but maybe around 1960s, based on the studies on the stranded seabirds. In the fisheries and aquaculture sectors, plastic is commonly used for manufacturing fishing gears, cages, buoys, as well as both construction and maintenance. Boxes, packaging, plastic are used to the transport distribution of fish products. In addition, abandoned, lost, otherwise discarded fishing gears are considered one of the main maritime source of plastic marine litter. So this is the problem. This uses plastic in the fisheries and aquaculture sectors are all potential source of microplastic. However, there's no quantification available on the contribution of the sector to the overall input of the microplastic in the marine environment. Next. Where do the microplastic come from? So these pictures show the process of microplastic come from throughout UV sunlight, wave, and wind motion. Plastic breaks down into smaller and smaller fragments and float into the ocean surface, the water column, the seafloor, the shoreline, and then the biota. Next. There's a summarize of size, their source and examples, international recognized definition of nanomaterials. Nanoplastic nanoplastic can be defined as a material with at least one external dimension in the nanoscale, approximately in the region from 1 nanometer to 100 nanometer. As with microplastic, they can be either primary or secondary. So the former are engineered within the size range of a variety of industrial application. And as with the smaller primary, microplastic will not be retained by wastewater treatment plants and enter the aquatic environment. So there is a little doubt that secondary nanoplastic will be produced during fragmentation or weathering of microplastic debris. So laboratory experiment shows degradation, as you see, of polystyrene or PS, disposable coffee cup lids, with formation of nanoplastic over time. So possibly the microbial degradation could also play a role, because several hydrocarbon degrading microorganisms have been identified to thrive on plastic debris in the oceans. Next. So as you can see, a giant distribution system of marine plastic in ocean, the small The small size of and low density of microplastic contribute to their widespread transport across large distance by the ocean currents. I think that you can see the microplastic concentration here. It's surface currents and geostrophic circulation dispersal patterns of microplastic areas of major microplastic area in Mediterranean Sea, in the Sea of the East and Southeast Asia, and in equatorial convergence zone. Pak Heri, is there any problem with the connection? Papa Heri, can you hear me? I think there is some technical problem with Papa Heri. I'll try to reach him once more. Okay, sorry about the distraction. Can you hear me? Can you hear us right now? Yeah, yeah. Okay, let me continue with my presentation. Maybe next slide will be okay. It's about the cycle of microplastic and its transfer to humans. So observation of microplastic uptake by aquatic wildlife have been reported in a range of habitat, including the sea surface or water column, bentos, estuaries, beaches. Maybe it's you can see the figure 5. It's a little small. I don't know if you can see the pictures or the figures here, but the over 220 different species have been found in ingest microplastic debris in natural conditions. So including birds, turtles, mammals, and almost like 55% of a species in invertebrates to fish of a commercial importance, such as maybe mussels, oysters, clams, brown shrimp, lobsters, anchovies, sardines, herring, mackerel, and etc., among others. So as you see the figures, the blue dots represent microplastic particles, and the black dot arrows indicate the observed interaction between organism and particle. So it's direct ingestion uptake. So the black arrows indicate, so you can see the black arrows here indicates the indirect ingestion of MPs, potential tropic transfer. The yellow lines indicates potential route of microplastic to human following ingestion of seafood. So finally, as you see, arrow thickness represents a potential bioaccumulation of particle through the food web. Next. So this is how microplastic enter human food chain. I think that some of the speakers already talked about this earlier in their presentation. I think that I can move to the other slide, maybe next. So this is a top 10 fishing nation worldwide in 2017. So Indonesia is in marine fisheries, major fishing nation in 2007 is represented by China. So Indonesia is 6.69 million tons. So this is a huge number. I think it's these 10 nations accounted to for approximately 52% of global marine fisheries landings in 2017. Next. So this is all the same. This is the first major five producer were Asian countries like China, Indonesia, India, Vietnam, and Bangladesh, and accounted for 81% of total production. So next slide, maybe. This is the microplastic in marine fish got sold in the fish market. So we can see, like, interestingly, fish collected from fish market contain microplastic, including 25% of fish caught of the west coast of the United States is and 28% of fish caught in Indonesia waters. This is the scientific reports of the joint study Hasanuddin University and UC Davis in 24 December 2015. So in Pautre Fish Market in Makassar, there's 76 fish of 11 species, and 20% of that fish eat plastic with the size of 0.1 to 1.6 millimeter micro. So I think this in the left up corner, maybe you can see the fossil coelacanth captured by fishermen, plastic found in their guts in Manado in 2012. So this is the microplastic in marine fish got sold in the fish market. Maybe next. Yes. This is the research microplastic in beer and table salt. So microplastic have been found in the various types of human food, maybe like in the beer, honey, and table salt. The majority of existing scientific studies also deal with their occurrence in seafood and making it the most understood potential source of microplastics to humans. Next. So microplastic may enter drinking water source in a number of ways, from surface runoff, maybe like after a rain event, to wastewater effluent, both treated and untreated, combined sewer overflows, also industrial effluents, degraded plastic waste, and atmospheric deposition. So I think I will go to the next slide so we can see the microplastic in Indonesia. Based on the table above, research on the abundance of microplastic found in several locations in Indonesia, namely in southwest Sumatra, or Lombok, Pangandaran, Gresik, Lamongan, and also Badung in Bali. This is a source of reference that I got from the different source. So next slides. So having said all the things from earlier that I've been combined in the presentation, what have we done by Ministry of Marine Affairs. So in the term of implementation of presidential decree number 83 year 2018 regarding combating marine debris in Indonesia, there are 5 strategies that Indonesia have to do. The 5 strategies are first, national movement for improving behavioral changing, and second of all is controlling land-based leakage, and third, handling coastal and sea-based leakage, and 4 is enhancing a funding mechanism, policy reform, and law enforcement. And 5 is research and development, as you can see the next slide. Maybe there's a number 4, and next slide maybe, please. So there's 5 strategy that already been done by Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries this lately. Next slide. Okay, so there's a 5. So this is a documentation. Maybe next slide. I don't want to be a really long presentation. This is the documentation from 2018 to 2020. There's 9 locations that already been done by some of the activity that already been done by Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. There is Indonesian Coastal School in 9 locations. There's 2 locations with a waste control in a river mouth with CMMI, AI, and MOEF. And also there is a 16 location waste handling and infrastructure in fishing ports. PPS and PPN, we call that PPS, Samudra and Nusantara. So there's 6 locations with the ISO 14001 in fishing ports, both it's in PPS and PPN. And there's a waiting 2 regulations still ongoing to be revised for environmentally friendly capture fisheries activities. Next slide. So this is the other documentation. There's 4 locations with the waste and plastic machinery. And this is also run very well right now in some area that we've already been appointed, and there is groups of members that running this waste and plastic machinery with good benefit right now. And also we're doing a beach and underwater cleanup. So this is very regular that we do. We did, especially in 2018 to 2020 before the COVID happened to us. So that's conclude my presentation. So last word, maybe next slide. The implication of the microplastic of human health are actively being researched, but the impact is shown in your eyes. So the next slide is I make just some statement. Maybe next slide is the choice is yours. So thank you very much for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang. Thank you very much, Pak Heri, for a very interesting presentation, which highlights what the ministry has been done so far. And I hope you can still join us until the discussion session. There are already some questions for you. I will read it later. Thank you, Pak Heri. Okay, Bu Nova. Thank you. And now our last but not least speaker is Bapak Dr. Dwi Yitno, one of my colleagues, a senior researcher at the Research Center for Marine and Fisheries Product Processing and Biotechnology. Bapak Dr. Dwi Yitno obtained his PhD degree from the Department of Food Science and Technology, IPB University, and he has been joining our institute as researcher of product safety, traceability, and environmental study since 2004. Please, Bapak Dwi Yitno, the time is yours.
Oh, well, good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you very much, Bu Novalia, Pak Heri, and others for this opportunity to share our experience, our very limited knowledge on marine debris, microplastic, pollution, especially in Indonesian marine and fishery. And actually, some parts of my presentation already presented this morning and also in the presentation of Pak Heri. Thank you. So it will make my presentation faster, I think. Well, this is more or less the outline of my presentation. And as also mentioned this morning, that plastic production still increase very sharply, and we don't know when will be flat. And there are a number of concerns concerning the impact of this production of the plastic, concern for the wildlife already mentioned by Pak Heri, then for human health, if there is any impact in the human health, and then for the legislation or policy by the global and the national level, for example. And if we talk about the global plastic distribution, here is the picture, and we can see one country like China itself contributes approximately 30% of the global plastic distribution in the world, and Indonesia also quite significant, as mentioned before. And this is according to the National Plastic Action Partnership about the plastic waste end up in Indonesia from the 6.8 million ton per year, 60% at least not collected wisely in the TPA, for example, and from this, about 9% or 10% is leaked to the environment, and from this environment goes to the river, and then, of course, from the river will accumulate in the marine environment approximately 620,000 tons per year. And if we talk to Indonesian distribution, we can see here that the plastic waste generation is focused, or the most dominant is in Java Island and Sumatra. And of course, again, the impact also will be more dominant around this ecosystem. And also mentioned before that we are judged as the second plastic production to the ocean in the world after China. This is data from the JAMBEC 2015, and based on the data from the LIPI studies, more or less the similar data. It's quite a lot. And of course, when we talk about the plastic, the problem is with the degradation in the environment. It can be last from the very fast 1 year at least, and even until more than 500 years for nylons of fishing gear, for example. So it's quite persistent in the environment. And if we talk about the microplastic as the product of the plastic debris, this kind of microplastic is very mobile in the aquatic ecosystem, not only in the surface water, but also in the water column. And of course, finally, they will be sink in the water column and also accumulate in the sediment, especially for the plastic with a high density or more than 1.0 in the density. And from this accumulation will be absorbed or bioaccumulate in the plankton, and then the small fish, bigger fish, and then of course in the consumer of the fish, as mentioned by Harry before. And there are some issues concerning microplastic, as we know, and there are negative impacts to the aquatic ecosystem, and of course to the food chain. And this kind of microplastic also has a potential carrier for the environment pollution, like persistent organic pollution, and the stabilizer in the plastic itself can produce also a harmful effect in the ecosystem, and also the possible what's a carrier from the heavy metal contamination, if there is, or there are contamination of heavy metal or other contaminant in the ecosystem where microplastic are there. And also microplastic tends to be endocrine disruption compounds, which is very important for the living organism, for the normal metabolism. And then as a factor of alien species, microbial in the environments also can be carried out from the one ecosystem to another ecosystem, for one area to other area, by this kind of microplastic, and also photoinhibitor if the concentration is quite high, and it's protect the environment and the aquatic from the normal photosynthesis. For example, And also the issue of development of eco-friendly plastic, which is also discussed this morning, bioplastic, biodegradable plastic, edible plastic, and regulation, of course, by the government, global, national government, local government. And the last is analytical approach, as also mentioned by the previous presentation by Catherine from Germany, that there are some problem, some challenge in the analytical approach of microplastic. And this is the example how microplastics can be carried from the other pollutant in the environment, like BCB, pesticide DDT, hexachlorohexane, and also some plasticizer itself in the content in the plastic. And this is some research question when people do research on plastic or microplastic, for example. The point of source, from where it's come, is it from the terrestrial or come from the activity on the ocean or on the sea, on the coastal? The characteristic of the marine debris and microplastic, which is what's the characteristic, the polymer types, as mentioned by Pak Haris, whether this is polystyrene, which is very low density and then mobile on the surface, or like PET, PVC, which is high density, and this is very easy to sink to the bottom of the aquatic, and then the spatial and temporal distribution, interaction with the other contaminant, like as carrier before, then effect of this marine ecosystem to the fish, the seafood, and of course to the human health. And the last is the mitigation action. Is there any mitigation action from the community, from the government, and so on? And this is just overview how other countries already work on the marine debris and microplastic. For example, like Australia by Hardesty this morning already present. Australia, they have already mapped their distribution of marine debris and microplastics since 2013, for example, and also in the other region of the world. And this is about our country, Indonesia, as also explained by Pak Heri. We do have some research or study, however, it is not so significant in compare to our area. The black one or the blue one is the sampling points for the marine debris assessment conducted by LIPI in the 15 or 18 sampling station in Indonesia. You can see here it's still very limited compared to the area. We don't have the sampling point around the Papua, for example. And then the red one is some studies that already conducted by different institutions, as also some already mentioned by Pak Hari, by Rohman and other, which is focused on sediment, some other in aquatic or seafood or in water. But this is very limited compared to Indonesian water, I think. And we have already done even very limited. For example, we did conducted study or assessment about the marine debris, especially plastic debris in Jakarta Bay in 2018. We did conducted what study based on the edge surface. So most of this study conducted on the beach, but we conducted here directly on the beach, on the surface of the water of Jakarta Bay. We collected the plastic debris directly, and then we count, identify whether this is polyethylene, polypropylene, and so on. And we found this result like this: 7,000 until 10,000 items per kilometer square. And it corresponds to approximately 3 until 4 kilogram per kilometer square in dry basis. But this limitation of the study, because we have limitation of the sampling device, which only limit to collect the debris until 40 centimeters. So the the object or debris more than 40 samples cannot collect it. So the actual will be much more than this. But at least we can overview what kind of debris or plastic debris in Jakarta Bay is composed. And this is also based on the size. We can see here the most dominant plastic debris in Jakarta Bay is between 2.5 and 20 centimeter compared to the other size. And in wet season is much more concentration compared to the dry season, of course, because of the load, water loads from the terrestrial during the wet season is much more than dry season. And that was macroplastic, and this one is microplastic. So we also identifying the microplastic in Jakarta Bay, especially in sediment, either in river or in the coastal sediment. And we found here the distribution, and we can see the correlation between the concentration in the river and then the coastal, and we can see even until the distance of 25 or 30 kilometers from the coastal line, we still can find microplastic and the sediment quite significant. So it means that distribution of the microplastic is quite far, as mentioned by Dennis this morning. And we can see here the distribution based on the size between the river sediment and the coastal sediment. We can see here the shift of the size from the river sediment to the coastal sediment. In the sediment, the river sediment, the higher and the bigger size is more dominant, while in the coastal sediment is the smaller size, which is between 0.5 until 2 millimeter of microplastic is more dominant. It means that there is a possible degradation during the time of accumulation in the coastal sediment. And this is the concentration of the microplastic in Jakarta Bay sediment compared to the other Indonesian water, like the Gresik Bay and others, and also in the global aquatic environment, like in the Baltic Sea, which is known as the most contaminated water by microplastic. And the next one is on the microplastic in seafood, already mentioned also by Harry. There are some studies like by Rohman and Hirmawan in Makassar, Pangandaran. And we found also here in Jakarta Bay in the fish between 0 and 20 particles per individual fish. And while in the green mussel is double concentration of the microplastic compared to the fish species. And the next one is on the sea salt, which is just done in this year. As we know that there are different methods in the production of sea salt in Indonesia, like the traditional one, directly on the soil, and the relatively new one with the plastic geomembrane, and also in the last technology using the closed system like tunnel system or prison system. And we can see here that this method affect the concentration of the microplastic in the sea salt produced by tunnel method relatively low and geomembrane relatively also compared to the traditional ones, which is relatively open. They can get the contamination from the environment, from the water, from the surrounding environment, from the domestic waste, and also on the post-harvest product, like from the small enterprise. Also, they still contaminated by microplastic. Even there are method and the post-harvest method by cleaning and so on, but still not effective to remove all the microplastic on the sea salt. And we can see here, based on the distribution of the microplastic based on the color. And we can see here the correlation of the raw material of the salt when they produce in the industrial stage or the small enterprise. They have the similar pattern of the microplastic. Because this UKM products come from this traditional method and they have the similar, but there is other enterprise on the processing of the salt, post-harvest salt from the raw material that's produce the relatively different fingerprint we can see of the different pattern of microplastic between the product and the raw material. That's about the sea salt, and this is from the other study actually. The example how plastic pellets can be a carrier for the PCB contaminant, and this is the concentration of PCB in 1 gram of plastic pellets around the world. And this is also already mentioned by Pak Hari, the effect on the aquatic or seafood. And this because of actually the complex between the microplastic with the other pollutant in the environment like heavy metal here and also the organic contaminants. So it's not because of microplastic alone as the contaminant to the seafood, as mentioned this morning by Dennis also. And this is also the issue on the policies and concern already explained by Pak Hari, actually more detail even, that we have already number of regulation either in the international level and then also like SDG 14 that also adopt already by the government for the policy maker. And also in the Indonesian level, there is Indonesian law, a presidential decree, the marine debris management. But the question is how to implement this effectively. And that's why Pak Hari is here in order to implement this regulation, I think. This is the regional action plan on the different region in the world already established. But for the Southeast Asia or Asian region, I think not established yet, but still developed. And this is the promise of Indonesian government to the world concerning the marine debris to reduce 70% by 2020 and so on. Already mentioned. And there is also some action plans in the field already mentioned, an example by Pak Hari before. There is international level, like the agreement between the government G20 summit, including Indonesia, and then in the regional level I mentioned before, but not yet for the Asian countries, but in national level already set some regulation and also in the program, like in some local government with the single plastic packaging, single plastic use. Industrial sector already mentioned before, also with circular economy, developing a bioplastic R&D of course, with Ristek and Dikti already also said on the flagship on the research on microplastic. I think that's all my presentation, more or less, Bu Novalian and the audience and Bapak Ibu sekalian. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Terima kasih Pak Dwi for your presentation and sharing with us your latest finding on your research. Now we're going to have the Q&A session. First, let me say hello to Catherine School, who who has joined us this afternoon. Catherine, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Good morning. Okay, good. Now we will have question and answer. I will start with Catherine first. We have we have one participant who raised hand. May I ask Bapak Frederick Riu Pasa to unmute and turn on your video and ask question directly, please. Pak Frederick, can you hear me? Pak Frederick Riu Pasa, apa ingin bertanya secara langsung kepada para pembicara kita? Oke, mungkin kita tunggu sebentar.
Dilewat aja, Bu.
Yeah, I will read question from the chat room. Maybe it's hard for Catherine to find question because it's some way up. So the first question is from Irfana Dia Faryuni, asking about the removal process of the residual substance that you did with your team. How to apply this process on a large area like ocean, and also is it produce a residual substance? Okay, That's thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question. I hope everybody can hear me now. I will go through.
Your voice is not clear, Catherine.
Maybe a bit louder.
Yeah.
A little bit better?
Yeah, much better.
Okay, perfect. So first of all, when we do the microplastics and micropollutants removal, it's a residue-free removal process. We do not have any toxic residues in our waters after the removal, and our starting materials are non-toxic materials as well. So this is from the very first beginning, my first answer. And what we are doing, if we are implementing our systems in larger scale, is to show how much reactors do we need to remove the microplastics. So first of all, it's important to know the concentration in water of microplastics and micropollutants. Then we adapt our hybrid silica gel mixtures. We put them in our reactor-based system, and we can put this reactor directly decentralized at specific hotspots where we have high microplastics and micropollutants concentrations. So we are not directly working on the sea or directly on boats or something else. We put our solutions at the land and do a decentralized removal step. And this is how we scale up our systems, and this is how we get rid of the microplastics and micropollutants in waters.
All right. It's very clear. The second question is about the green fluorescence detection, also that you have done with your team. Why chitins produce a false positive result? That's a question from Imam Prasetyo Pribadi.
Can you repeat the question, because there was some technical problem?
Oh, sorry. It's about the green fluorescence detection. Why chitins produce a false positive result?
We have run this 3D spectrum to see the fluorescence emission spectra over a long range. And what we pointed out is that we see green fluorescence, orange fluorescence, and red fluorescence for specific materials like polymers on the one hand, hydrophobic and hydrophilic polymers, and natural organic materials on the other side. And to really find out or point out that you do not get any false positive results on the detection, we remove the natural organic materials in our process by using chitinase and hydrogen peroxide, and we just screen the whole spectra. We handed in the publication about this in ABC. I think this will be available in a couple of days because we've run through the submission process and they send us the acceptance. And here we show the complete spectra we pointed out for various polymers, including the discussion about false positive, positive, and negative detection.
Okay, so more information I believe can be found from that publication later.
Yes.
The third question from Dedi Supriyadi. He's asking about as microplastic can enter human food chain through marine organisms, how do you think a computer modeling can improve the detection of microplastic movement and prevent its spreading in the sea? Maybe this is something a bit different, but if you have some thought on it.
First of all, I think it's very, very important to standardize the detection method, because if you have a standardized method about how to calculate the microplastics in soils, in waters, in the air, and it's harmonized through all measurements over the global, over the Earth, so everybody's doing the same, this will help a lot to predict potential risks and to predict how and where is a removal of microplastic necessary. At the moment, there are lots of discussions about how larger or smaller the particles are which enter the food chain, and there are more and more researchers in Germany doing research in this field to make sure if we have a barrier or not in the uptake of microplastics in our human bodies or in animals. And there will be a paper presented tomorrow at Science Advances from Professor Laforge. He's doing the research on the uptake of microplastics to marine organisms, and he's running a study about the uptake in blood. So the barrier between cell and blood is his focus on the research, and he pointed out that it's possible, the smaller the particles, the more uptake you see in blood. And this is for us and for potential prediction of risks, very important information, but we have to keep in mind that we are not sure actually how to concrete detect microplastics in waters. So it's always the same. If you are looking for microplastics, you will find microplastics. So if you are searching microplastics in water, you will find it. If you're looking at Mount Everest, you will find it. If you're looking at the Arctic Sea or deep sea or whatever, you will find microplastics. And it's always a question of where does the microplastics come from? From the lab? Maybe uptake to the samples. If there's not a microplastic-free lab area, or from the environment. And here we have to point out the sources and the effects. And I think this needs much more time than we have yet spent on this issue.
All right. Okay. Thanks a lot, Catherine, for your insight. I will move to Bapak Heri Daulay. We also have some questions related to your presentation. First, the question is, how do we anticipate and respond to the spreading of microplastic pollution immediately? And in relation to this question is, how are the concrete steps, what have been done, maybe that's more easy, to synergize between government, private, industry, NGOs all together to solve this problem? I think because we are the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, maybe you have insight on this question, please, Pak Heri. Okay. Okay. Maybe first question I will answer very briefly. Maybe how do we anticipate? Can you hear my voice? Sorry. Yep. Okay. So how do we anticipate the problem of the I don't know about the question earlier. Let me see. It's
How do we
concrete steps to synergize and collaborate within government, society, private academics, and business sectors? So recently, Ministry of Marine Affairs, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries already combined with the some of the another ministerial. We have a strategy. We have a strategy that I earlier I mentioned. Hello. Yep. Sorry, this is not very good. As I earlier mentioned, maybe we have another strategy. We have a 5 strategy. Earlier I mentioned. It's first of all, it's a national movement for improving behavioral change. This is the plan of action is organized the Indonesian coastal schools. So we basically program the increasing the public awareness how to anticipate this problem or issues. And also we all doing the controlling land-based leakage. In 2019, maybe Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries participate in supporting the activities of the coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Ministry of Environment and Forestry in cleaning and managing waste in maybe around Cengkareng Drain and Muara Gembong. And also we also doing some handling coastal and sea-based leakage. So the program is management of plastic waste and originating from marine transportation activities, and also management of plastic waste originating from marine and fisheries activities. So this has been carried in 16 fishing ports. I think that's the answer, maybe. Yep. Thank you, Pak Heri. Any other question, maybe? There is one question, but I think it's more for Pak Heri and also Pak Dwi. It's about the materials that are considered to be the most dangerous microplastic for animals in the sea, and how do we get rid of it? It's maybe a broad question, but maybe between Pak Heri and Pak Dwi can explain a bit about this. Okay, so from the last question, maybe adding some the usual annual collaboration is carried out with the Ocean Conservancy for cleanup activities, then with the Marine Guard Udayana University for wasting sampling activities during cleaning up, and also we with the society or the industry. We already Aqua Danon for marketing the plastic waste processed by the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries assistance. So that's my adding answer for that. Yeah. So basically the steps has been taken and everything is in place. So maybe we will wait in the future the result from this collaborative action. Thank you, Pak Heri. For Pak Dwi, there is a question about, could you please comment on any research related to natural decomposition of microplastic? Maybe like a bacteria decomposing organism or something like that?
Thank you, Bu. I didn't see the question actually, but if you talk about the natural degradation or decomposition of the plastic, including microplastic, there are some ways of the degradation, as mentioned also in this morning session. There is microorganism that can decompose. There is photolytic reaction chemical is there any feedback? I think, and then also the physical and so on. So actually, many aspects can contribute in the degradation if there is microplastic on the ocean. But the problem is the degradation is depend on the type of the plastic itself. You can see if the plastic is like nylons, it can be decomposed in many years compared to the polyethylene, for example, and depend also in the composition of if there are different additive also affect to the degradation rate as well. Is that the question or?
Yeah.
But actually about the research, there are a lot of research already mentioned in this morning. LIPI already done, and then our institute already done. We have identified that some microbe from the environment also has the potential of the biodegradation. The problem is the rate of the degradation and how to bring this microbial to the field application to be effectively and efficiently compared to the other treatment like chemical treatment from the catering and then also physical treatment. That's the problem with the biological process, I think.
Yeah.
Catherine, you want to add something?
Yes, just a comment on this. Thank you, Chui, for the information. We are running actually biofilm studies on microplastics to have stronger or to get out stronger information about the behavior of microplastics in water if they have biofilm covering and which influence we see at the moment is that the biofilm has a strong influence on the degradation of microplastics in water. This is, I think, for seawater, a very important information. We will, I think, finalize our studies by the end of January and put everything into a publication. And I think it's very important to keep in mind that most of the microplastics we find in seawater has a long time being in the sea and long time for preparing a biofilm show interactions with the salt or salinity, the pH and microorganisms and so on and so on. So the effects are extremely complex. And this is what we always have to keep in mind. It's not just one single point we have to focus. We have lots of points we have to look at and connect the dots and to find out how they interact and show the right solutions or show the right points of action. I think this is quite important.
Yes, thank you, Catherine. And actually, in the other room of this conference, there is a presentation on that issue, the biotechnology approach, I think.
Yeah. Thanks,
Final. Yep. Are there any questions from the participant? Maybe direct question by raised hand. We have a very interesting discussion here from the government and also from researcher and also
yes,
from the,
there is Dr. Umi want to ask something.
Dr. Umi, I cannot see. Is it in chat?
Underwater near the coral.
Is it in chat room or where can I find the question?
She is raising her hand.
I cannot see any raised hand. Wait.
You can ask your question, Bu Umi.
Ibu Umi, if you can unmute yourself and turn on your video, maybe you can ask it directly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Novalia. Thank you for the opportunity. I would like to address these questions to Catherine. Yeah, basically the plastic waste now become a very crucial problem that we have to solve because of the utilizations would spread out and so much. I was thinking like by replacing synthetic plastic with biodegradable was very good solutions. But however, it still need times to degrade the biodegradable itself, since plastic is very persistent. Do you think by applying like first or secondary treatment to the waterways, waterways plan or IPAL, is it possible to reduce its negative impacts? For instance, like applying not only just the physical filter to the rubbish itself, but then after that, applying a certain chemical or even biological treatment, it will reduce this microplastic. That's my opinion. So how do you think about that? And then secondly, is it possible by only applying like a certain of water quality parameters, like the degradation, plastic degradation is impacted or affected by the temperatures, for instance. So by applying a certain method on temperatures method, it will reduce this sewage. Or otherwise, for instance, like oxygen. Like when we thought about like bio, means that we need like oxygens to process. So what do you think about that? I mean, by making like a friendly method for treatment for the plastic waste in the environments. Do you think that more probably planting mangrove even? I was thinking like because I'm also environmentalist. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for the questions. I would like to answer the first one. So from my point of view, wastewater treatment plants are end of pipe. The process where you have to put the microplastic removal is much more earlier in the chain, because at the industrial sites, there's the microplastic production. Or on the street where you have tire abrasion, there's the microplastic production. And here you have to find the right solutions to get rid of microplastics before entering the environment, or before just running through the environment, reaching the wastewater treatment plants after a while. So if we can put a removal directly on the site where we see microplastics production, even if you have a waste management systems where you have a plastic treatment or something else, industrial site where you produce new products. This is one specific start of pipe removal activity. Everybody can put everywhere in the world, and with our removal strategies, we have the low-tech solution to implement directly as an add-on in existing processes. So from my point of view, wastewater treatment is end of pipe, and having large concentrations of microplastics in wastewater means that you have much more microplastics in your environment before, and this is what you have to keep in mind. And for the question about how is it possible to reduce the amount of plastic or plastic use by substitution with biopolymers, we have this biodegradable plastic activities in Germany, and they tell us put a biodegradable plastic bag around your bio waste and put it in the waste management system. But what we see is that the biodegradable plastic is too long in its degradation to form non-microplastic based materials, and the system breaks down. So in the end, this is not the solution which we need to beat microplastics in our environment. It's much more that we have to think about how we can reduce the amount of new plastics with a good reduce and recycling strategy. And the next step is how we can replace specific packagings, for example, with biodegradable or biopolymer-based systems to make sure that we reduce the amount of fossil resources to form microplastic, to form polymers, and then later on microplastics, and to make sure that you understand the process. For what is the polymer needed? How long will it stay in the process? What is the recycling cycle behind? Is there a circular economy strategy behind? What happens if you always fail in the future, in the steps before? What happens then? Do you see specific effects on the polymer in the environment? How you can remove? So in the end, we always have to take in mind that reducing, recycling, removing will be the best solutions to beat plastic and microplastics, from my point of view.
Thank you, Catherine.
You're welcome.
I hope that answers all your questions, Bu Umi. Any other question? Or maybe some final remark from Pak Dwi and Pak Heri? We have heard from Catherine just now that that's I hope, something that we can do from ourselves from now. So Pak Dwi and Pak Heri maybe have something to say before we come to the end of this question and answer session.
I have a question actually. I have a question for Catherine.
Okay.
Concerning the method of the fluorescent using NIRAD, in some publication there is a problem in the analysis when the plastic sample in the color of the dark color, blue, black, or something. What do you think with your experience, or is there any method that's overcome this problem with the dark sample of plastic?
What we actually do, Dwi, is that we put new NIRAD derivatives into the system. So we focus on the interaction of a potential fluorescent dye with polymers. This is our entrance step. We do the modification to make sure that our fluorescent dyes only bind on the polymer surface, not on natural organic matters and not on even other particles like inorganic particles. So from this one, we are not directly connected to the NIRAD research, which is almost, I think, 5 years now in publications and discussions. We are completely putting a new strategy on microplastics detection on our specific, hello, you want to become a part of the conference. Good. So what we do is we want to put, to cut the sample preparation. We just put directly the water out of our system, and we have the potential with the new fluorescence dyes to directly mark our polymers in waters. So we do not create a false consumption, and we do not create a negative effect on other particles. So from our side, this helps us to really count the polymer particles and not count false positive or inorganic particles as well.
Okay, thank you, Catherine.
You're welcome.
More and more interesting discussion, I believe. Pak Heri, if you have any final remark from your side. Oh, okay. All right. So now I think if there are no more questions, we will announce the best question or the best asker or the best participant in our session, and one from the organizing team will contact you, and the prize goes to Ibu. Wait, Ibu Dr. Umi Zakia from FPIKI. UB. Selamat Ibu, congratulations. One of our friends will contact you regarding the prize. So now we reach the end of our question and answer. Thank you to all the speakers and participants. We will be hearing a closing remark from the head of Research Center, Dr. Hedi Indra Januar. Can we play the video right now? Maybe someone can help me. Yes. We cannot hear any sound from the video.
No problem.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, ladies and gentlemen. I believe that all of you have done through all day-long seminar, from the keynote speaker in the morning to the invited speaker in the afternoon. It is my great pleasure to see that all of us has an interesting discussion. True, I think probably one day is not enough. In this year's seminar, which the main theme is plastic waste and also bioplastic, it is clear that from all speaker presentation, the need of our awareness and as a researcher and also research stakeholder to develop a new way to reduce plastic waste and also to develop a new environmental friendly bioplastics. I did had observed excellent presentation and also active discussion, so I can conclude that the purpose of the seminar has been completely accomplished. And finally, on behalf of organizer committee, I would like to pay my deep respect to all speakers and also participants for all of your positive and active participation in the seminar. I would like to close my remark and officially announce the end of the seminar, wishing all the best for us in the future. Thank you so much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Hedi Indra. And once again, it is our pleasure to have all the speakers. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Pak Hedi, and thank you, Pak Dwi, and all the participants here. And please accept our deepest appreciation. We hope to see you again next year, hopefully in a much better condition. Thank you. Stay safe and stay healthy. Bye-bye. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bye-bye.
Terima kasih Pak Heri.
Pak Heri, terima kasih. Pak Dwi, terima kasih. Bapak Ibu, terima kasih.